Welcome to day 2 of the symposium Indigenous, Resistant Epistemologies and the Normative Frame of the Contemporary. Yesterday we had a wonderful day of rich contributions by Adivasi, Indigenous and allied peers, with powerful artistic, curatorial, poetic, scholarly insights and community-grounded practices. Ending with a memorable call by Professor Devi for us to align our mental states with Indigenous mental states, as their worldviews can guide us through the current global crisis and into the future. It's a beautiful thought for us all to reflect upon. Now, as for the program today, we're going to kick off with session 5, which is titled Structural and Conceptual Indigenization Within and Beyond the Museum. We have 2 speakers in session 5, Dr. Madan Mena and Mrs. Kabita Chakma. Dr. Mena is with us here today, and Mrs. Kabita Chakma is living in Sydney and is coming in digitally. She has sent us a pre-recorded presentation. I'll be moderating the question and answers of that session. This will be followed by session 6 with the title The Transformative Power of Museums, in which there will be presentations and discussions by Professor Amareswar Gala and Dr. Sushri Sangeeta Mohanty. And I'll also be moderating the questions and answers for that. Moving on after that to session 7, the role of collectors and art fairs in mobilizing global Indigenous worldviews, which will feature a conversation between Mrs. Lekha Podar, Mr. Vivek Segal, and Ms. Alexi Glass-Cantor. And Alexi will then moderate the questions and answers. And session 8 will be titled Epistemological Confrontations and the Institutionalizing Frame of the Contemporary Art World. And here we have curator and scholar and artist Dr. Byung Isma Hassan, and the questions and answers moderated by Ms. Lina Vincent. We will then finish the day with a wonderful moment. I'm not going to call it a performance because it's not a performance, it's not a workshop, it defies definition. It is an artistic intervention by the Valleda brothers. Having said that, I'd like to wish you all a very wonderful day, and without further ado, I would like to kick off the day with session 5. So I'm now going to introduce session 5, Structural and Conceptual Indigenization Within and Beyond the Museum. This section challenges the colonial narratives, structures, and processes that have long marginalized Indigenous artistic practices, worldviews, and peoples. By foregrounding Adivasi and global Indigenous thinking, being, and doing as dynamic, evolving systems of knowledge, this section builds on these practices as tools of resistance and decolonial critique. Important work is required in dismantling binary categorizations, modern, traditional, elite, subaltern, and insist on the legitimacy and of parallel aesthetic and epistemological worlds. The session also advocates for the plurality of Adivasi and global Indigenous art and architecture to carve space for Indigenous voices, making visible their contributions to Indigenous narratives and spatial histories, where Indigenous thinking holds an equitable role in society. I would now like to invite Dr. Madan Mena to the stage. Please, will you join us? And may I ask you all to give him a very warm welcome, and I will read his biography in a moment. Dr. Madan Mena is a visual artist, researcher, craft revivalist from the village of Narayanpur in East Rajasthan. His artwork reflects a blend of traditional arts and crafts from the rural region to which he belongs, and his research is mostly related to the formerly nomadic and tribal communities. His focus is on the revival of some of the endangered craft traditions with a focus on textiles. His various works now stand as a rich repository of community knowledge, which is being archived and published. And his museum projects are related to the subject of brooms for the Arna Yarna Museum in Jodhpur and desert pottery for the Kanel Retreat in Western Rajasthan. He also teaches at some of the design institutes as a visiting faculty, and he's trustee of the Basha Research and Publication Center and an executive member of the Kota Heritage Society. And now, Dr. Mena, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Thank you, Bhavana. Thanks to Take On Art team. Thanks to Arthshila for hosting me here in this very important symposium. What I'm going to talk about over here is about an organization which is just in the heartland of Bhil Pradesh. And if we talk about Bhil Pradesh, Bhil is the largest tribal community, as we all know. But this is situated right in the center of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. The institute was instituted by Bhasha Research and Publication Center. Dr. Ganesh Devi is the founder, and he was there last evening with us. He talked about cosmocracy. I think it's a new term that he said has originated in Australia, but now this more awareness about it is coming up with the more voices from the Adivasi world because of that. Because everyone is related to nature, everyone is related to the cosmos of this world. Now this organization that you see in the picture over here is started because of a crisis of a language loss. Dr. Devi founded Bhasha Research and Publication Center to study languages, to survey languages. His main objective after leaving his job as a professor at MS University Baroda was to start a survey of India, a linguistic survey, which was done by Grayson almost 100 years before, but no one ever attempted to do that survey again. We have a Central Institute of Indian Languages, CIL in Mysore, but even they were not able to conduct this survey. So primarily with this objective, he started this survey, and he found that the endangered languages belongs to the Adivasis. Now to protect those languages and to talk about those minor languages, there need to be an institution. So this is the institution Voices the Adivasis. And the first building that came up, physically building that came up over here, was the museum. And the museum is named Vacha. Vacha means Voice of the Adivasis. It's a museum which has no door and walls. It's a museum that remains open 24 hours. Because along with the museum, if you go and see the Adivasi Academy, which is now spread in 10 acres of land, it has a school. And the school was primarily started to have education in the tribal languages, in the language of the children who comes to study at the school. So it's a residential school where the kids of the primarily of the migrant families, because now there's a huge migration of Adivasis to the cities as a labor actually. They have no resources left. All those resources has been mined or they have been taken away with the development. Now they are compelled to, it's a distress migration that's happening across the tribal area, and especially in the Bhil Pradesh. From Madhya Pradesh, from Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, this migration is happening. So how to cater to these kids who lose their language also once they are migrated with their parents, because they go to another language area, and if there they attend the school, then they are not able to connect, or they finally drop out from the schools. Very soon, if you just do any survey of literacy among the Adivasis, you'll see that the fallout, the dropout rate by class 5th is highest, and hardly few people reaches to the college level. So this school was started primarily with this objective that the kids should be taught in their language, and a lot of material was developed. The pedagogy, the material for them was developed at this academy. Now the interesting part you see over here, the green map where the academy is situated is that Chota Udaipur district. It is a bordering to, one side is Maharashtra, one side is Gujarat, one side is Madhya Pradesh and one side is Maharashtra, and little far is Rajasthan in the north. So here the community that is Rathwa community, which is a subgroup of the Bhil tribe. They are Bhilalas little far. If you go to Alirajpur in Madhya Pradesh, they are Bhilalas over there. But interesting thing is that this academy, and that dates to 15,000 years ago by Professor Shirin Ratnakar, who was a professor at Delhi University. She has dated and she has done a PhD also over there. So it relates, the museum, the academy relates with the outside and the inside world. Outside inside world because it is just situated in the Adivasi heartland, and inside because the people who runs the academy are the first batch of Adivasis who came in contact with Dr. Devi. So just after leaving his job and he started working in this area, he just trained or he just interacted with the youth of that village of Tejgarh and surrounding villages. And then they went through various kinds of exposures to various lectures or courses that were organized at the academy, and with the initial lessons or teachings at the academy happened under the Mahua tree. There was no physical building. Even our great poet Maisha Devi has gone and taken lessons with them or has interacted with the Adivasis under that Mahua tree. So if you go to the academy, you'll still see that Mahua tree over there. The museum, as I said, it is of open walls. It is not something like you see in the museums which are of colonial ideologies, do not touch, do not photograph, stand at a distance, all those. We have nothing like that. The children who study at Vasanshala school, they are allowed to pick up any musical instrument any time of the day and they can play with it. They are allowed to break it also, because every year we do a repairing of these musical instruments, because that is very important also. They get new. So this is a museum which is done by the Adivasis, for the Adivasis and of the Adivasis. It is truly in a very democratic concept. So these two people that you see over here, they are assistant curators, means they have with the main curator who is also a Rathwa, and they both are also a Rathwa. So when a visitor comes, they can actually demonstrate each and every instrument, and they can I remove this? What should I do? This will end. Okay. So it's a small video. So that is Nazru Bhai Rathwa and Ram Singh Bhai Rathwa on the right hand side. They are curators of the museum. So when a visitor comes to the museum, they talk about themselves, not someone else talking about someone else actually. They talk about their own culture and how they are connected with these. Like this is a piha which is played in different tunes during the different seasons. So they will demonstrate that during Diwali we play it like this, during monsoon we play it like this. When a celebration happens, they play it like this. So, and there are varieties of these piya. Means there is not a standard bansuri that we recognize, but it has variations which are played across different seasons. And then the academy has also published material from other museums in the country. So one is this consortium of museum where the the 9 museums which are was digitized and was published by the Adivasi Academy. So you get to see the other tribal museums that exist in the country, and it has also created a touchscreen interface where you can see the various kinds of tribal cultural traditions across India. So it has done mega projects with Ministry of Tribal Affairs and other organizations through other kinds of collaborations. Now I'm coming to this very important thing. In the beginning I said it started because of a language crisis. So with the museum, the Bhasha One was imagined. Bhasha One means a tree. Every tree represents one language. So at present there are 150 tribal languages, because Bhasha did this mega survey which is being published in 75 volumes now by the Orient Black Swan. So from those 780 languages, we selectively, but these 150 languages are only from western part of India right now.
Tones. Each word is made up of a single syllable, and depending on the voice in which it is spoken, high or low, rising or falling, it will have a different meaning. The Tibeto-Burman branch of Sino-Tibetan language family is distributed over a large area, from Tibet to Burma and from Ladakh to China. In India, the speakers of these languages live mainly in the Himalayan and northeastern regions. Languages in this group include Lepcha, Pinaka dialects, Mizo, Boro, and Kinnauri.
Now there is a sample of one language.
Jagroti. Jagroti ભાષા રાજસ્થાનના કરૌલી અને દૌસા જિલ્લાઓમાં બોલાતી ભાષા છે. આ ભાષાના ક્ષેત્રમાં લગભગ 84 ગામોની ગણના થાય છે. જો કે નવા ગામો વસતા જવાથી આ સંખ્યા વધતી જ જાય છે. કરૌલી જિલ્લાના ઇન્ડોર અને ડોડાભીમ આ તાલુકાઓ આ ભાષાના કેન્દ્ર છે. તેની પશ્ચિમે ટુંડાળી, દક્ષિણે માળ અને પૂર્વમાં ડાંગ ભાષાના ક્ષેત્રો આવેલા છે. જગરોટી ભાષા ક્ષેત્રની ઉત્તર પૂર્વમાં બ્રજ ભાષા ક્ષેત્ર છે. વિદ્યાપતિ, સુરદાસ, રસખાન, નંદદાસ, કુંભદાસ આ જેવા યુગ પ્રવર્તક કવિઓના સર્જનથી સમૃદ્ધ બ્રજ ભાષાનો પ્રભાવ ડાંગ ભાષા પર સૌથી વધુ છે. છતાં માળ સાથે તેનું સાંસ્કૃતિક જોડાણ હોવાથી માળની પણ તેના પર અસર દેખાય છે. સાંસ્કૃતિક અવરજવર સારી એવી રહી છે. તેથી જ પરમીના સાહિત્યમાં કથાવીજ અને કથાઓ.
And this library is very important for tribal research. And this library is very important for tribal research, where scholars from across the world, from India, they come and they research over here. Lot of research has already happened at the academy, which is also part of the publication of Bhasha. Then it connects to the traditions that exist in the region and the revival of those traditions. Like if you see in the right hand side on the top, this is a lion loom. It's a langot basically, which is worn by the Adivasis. They have langot basically, which is worn by the Adivasis. They have stopped weaving it because now even we Adivasis, we wear all trousers and pants and jeans nowadays. So how to preserve this tradition becomes very important, because suppose if this loom dies, then some 200 words, craft tradition from the tribal community dies, the language also dies. On the right hand side at the bottom you see so how to keep it updated, how to keep the museum updated is something which is a very, very important thing over here. People are being documented. The last people, I should say, who has preserved knowledge, who has preserved wisdom, those people there is urgency for them also to be documented, because they are the real knowledge bearers of this Adivasi world. So over here we interviewed this Ratan Kaka, who is a Badwa basically, and he is speaking about a mahua tree. So Ratan Bhai is a Lakhara. He is authorized by the community to do Pithora. Everyone cannot do Pithora. Like other kinds of art form, traditional art form that we see, people can pick up by their own interest. But over here, the person has to be authenticated, has to be authorized by the community to practice Pithora. So he is one of the very senior Pithora artist, we can say. Now, what has been documented also becomes a immediate part of our publication. Suppose he is documented last month, and the story that we have documented from him immediately becomes in the coming issue of our Bal, this magazine, which is for the Vasanshala kids. So we have a children magazine, which is a quarterly magazine. So those documentations keep coming up regularly in this magazine also, and other publications also. For example, this is a book on Pithora. The first part that you see in Gujarati has been written by the museum curator, not any scholar coming from outside. It has been run by the person in whose house Pithora is practiced. Then the English translation has recently come in because people wanted that, they want to see this version of a Pithora book done by the Ratwa himself. So there's an English version which has recently come up. So whatever is being documented is also being published simultaneously to share with the world. Now I'm coming to this Pithora because many of you must be aware of this, and people generally call it Pithora painting. But truly speaking, there is no word like Pithora painting in the Rathwas. Yesterday we had a very interesting session on terminology, and there also we discussed this issue. Who is giving these terms? It is the outside people who are giving these terms. There is no word like in Ratvi where you say paint. Many of the traditional art forms, they do not have this word painting. It's likhna basically. So over here also, Lakhara means the person who writes. The professional the artist who draw Lakhara, he is called Lakhara, means likhna. Over here also, what you see, the painting has been written. Now what is written actually? Written is something about their god and goddesses. It is about their ancestors. So there is a line in between. If you see, they draw two worlds. One is a heavenly world and one is a earthly world. So there is a line over there on the top, if you see, which is called Ashad. That Ashad separates the heavenly world with the world that they live in present time. And then each and every character has a representative of their deity. So they have like Rani Kajal, they have a Pithora Dev, Pithora Rani, Hudul Dev, Babu Ganesh, and then Raja Bhoj and Vagdev, and all those kinds of deities are there. And above are those Chand Suraj, which are heavenly bodies. This is how they have divided this world. The heavenly world, the imaginary world, the mythological, the mythical world, and the world that they presently live in. So their Pithora is a living being. It exists among them. It is not something who has died. It's who's part of a history. It is not like that. It is someone among their ancestors whose spirit is always there. So when a Pithora is made, the spirit is always there in that house. The spirit remains there in the house. That's the whole purpose of getting Pithora made. It is, they commission these Lakhara artists for their will fulfillment, or if they ask for any of any problem happens in the family, they have to commission a Pithora in their house. So these are the deities. So this is the main wall, but on the side wall, what you see, if you go in a house and see a Pithora, then side wall has horses, and each horse is a memory of their ancestors. Their dadi, great grandfather, all those memories are painted in form of a horse. Every horse denotes a particular person from the family, and their spirits are also alive. It's not, they are not dead spirits. Now what happens when, and this is what it's happening right now, there is a rat race for GI. There is a rat race, what I call generally. It recognizes the art, definitely. It creates a lot of opportunities if the art form is being registered as a GI. But the first GI that is registered got only Chota Udaipur got that GI. Now what about Madhya Pradesh, where also the Bilalas are practicing Pithora? What will happen to them? So this discriminate actually. So this GI is in 2019, I think, And if you read the GI certificate carefully, it is only the word that is written is Pitora. It's not Pitora painting over here. So 2019, and the green area that you see is Chota Udaipur region, for which they have got this GI. Now, once the GI is got, it is published, it is quite exploited in various manners also, and the artists are also recognized, they are awarded, which is very good, the artist being recognized also. But something inevitable happens by the outside people. They only take it from the aesthetic, from the design point of view. They do not know the intrinsic value of the art form. They do not know about the deities of the Pithoras. They do not know about the ancestors, and they have no connection also with them. You have connection only if you are a Rathwa. Otherwise, you won't be able. I don't have a connection. I can understand the importance of this art form, but I do not have a connection with the Pithora Dev, because I come from a different tribal community. So definitely, if the person coming from the urban background who has no such exposure to such indigenous cultures, they will only take a formal elements of these art forms and try experimentation without getting into it, without understanding the seriousness of these art forms. So this is what you see, the product diversification. This is a very good word that happens, which is mostly in the design institutions. This is a word which is used by the faculties. You have to do a product diversification, taking an inspiration from some traditional art. This has happened much with the Madhubani, this has happened much with the Varli, highly. It has been happening since decade, not just recent thing. So this is a product diversification where you can see products like cushion covers, table runners, wall hangings, and visiting folders and all those sort of. But what happened that in 2019, an institute from South India, the students picked up the subject from internet, and they designed dresses. And this created a big issue among the Rathwas. The reason that has been given by the designers thought their collection want to enable the revival of Pithora art form to provide recognition and employment opportunities for the tribes. This is a standard word which is applied to most of the traditional arts, wherever you go. That this is endangered, so we are giving it a new platform. We are doing product diversification, so it will be protected in another form. Okay, this is a justification, which is general justification we get, which is fine. So they design various things, and they tried in embroidery, some fashion costumes and all that. But the repercussion was this. This was not digestible to the Rathwas. They protested. They went to all the collector offices where the Rathwas live. They went to Chota Udaipur collector office. They went to Baroda collector office, and they objected to this. And then this was removed from the website for the institute. They apologized. But larger than that happened. What that happened, because the Baroda railway station the walls were completely painted with these Pithora, where people were littering basically. So those were just whitewashed within a night. And there's a town hall which belonged to the municipality of Baroda, and there was this important painting, this important collaboration between an American muralist and these 4 or 5 Pithora artists, among which Mansingh Rathwa, who is a national award winner also, he just passed away few months ago. The collaboration happened with them, and they have done this big mural on this. So the Rathwas objected to this also, though it had happened few years ago, but they objected. They wanted this to be removed. So this was also removed. So my point of view is that there is a consciousness which is growing among the Adivasis in the present time. They are no more, in inverted commas, illiterate that we feel about them. They are no more. They are well exposed through the technology that we have. They are getting to all kinds of higher education institutions. Like the right hand picture that you see is of Sudhir Horo, who is the present director of Adivasi Academy and who runs this very important forum, Tribal Design Forum, that connects all the indigenous voices across the world. So he himself is fighting with his own institute. That institute has deleted the data of his contribution. The Indo-African project that happened, and which Sudhir Horo has worked, has contributed a lot. That metadata is erased from the website of the institute. So the Adivasis are not a silent voices right now. That is what I mean to say. This is my understanding after working with Adivasi Academy and with my peers. And then the another thing that you see on the left hand side is Mithul Rathwa, who has been a student at Adivasi Academy. Now, Birsa Munda is born somewhere else. He is not born in Gujarat, you know. But he has taken that education among these legendary figures among the Adivasis. So when COVID happened, and he is also a Lakhara painter, Mehul has become a Lakhara artist. So when COVID happened, he had enough time, there was no other work happening, so he simply went to a pond, which has dried already, but little water was there. He simply collected this clay and built this Birsa Munda's statue right in the pond. So this, what I feel, is a political statement actually. It's a political expression coming out from the Adivasi artist. So we need to understand what the ritual paintings like this, they feel about us. How the Rathwas will feel about if these paintings are brought into a space like this. Will they allow us to it to be even discussed also? Though I'm discussing, I'm taking that, I myself fear about it, that they might object to me also, ki how you are going to, how you cannot represent our artwork in this space also. So this need to be understood. That was my point only. Thank you so much.
Yes, now we have, in the next presentation, we're going to hear from architect, poet, and writer Kabita Chakma, who explores the use of the visual trope in the traditional architecture of the Chittagong hill tracts. In the contemporary works of Juma Indigenous artists, she suggests that while the image is always uniquely deployed, it has the common effect of constructing Juma identity and encouraging political cultural resistance. And Kabita situates the artworks in a context of violent colonization, militarization, massacres, arson, rape, forced displacement, and aggressive development that deplete the environment of the Chittagong hill tracts. Kabita is in Sydney. She was not able to join us, but she has made a pre-recording, which hopefully we will bring onto the screen so that we can play it.
Hello, everybody from Regional Land in Australia. Today, I want to discuss the use of traditional architecture in the work of Indigenous artists of the Chittagong Highlands or the city in the construction of identity and resistance. I will do this in 3 steps. The first step is to ask, why? Why has there been a need for tent was billed as the centerpiece of the permanent exhibition at the Tribal Cultural Institute, the premier site for communicating the public image of indigenous peoples' culture. The Chakma Raja, who had been working to represent the interest of the indigenous peoples in international fora, reconstructed the platform house close to the major township of Rangamati as the centerpiece of the recreational area for his local, national, and international guests. In April 1999, the Club Festival was intended to showcase the culture of all of the nations under the common indigenous umbrella. The platform house was deliberately made to appear as a generic form rather than being identifiable with any specific indigenous nation. The three contemporary indigenous CHG artists I will discuss, Joydev Raza, Joydev Chakma, and Tupan Chakma, were born in Bangladesh after his independence. Their art manifests their experience of indigenous. Their works interrogate the injustices of militarization, transmigration, and state-imposed development, alongside the complexities of indigenous Juno identity and resistance. Their art fits within an international movement of us nations peoples who have historically used creative forms of expression as acts of resistance against colonial legacies. Where I currently am in Australia, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists have brought attention to the issue of sovereignty, self-determination, and cultural strength. Joydev is a Tripura indigenous man from the CHD. He is internationally acclaimed for his mesmerizing pen-line drawings, installations, and performance works. Joydev led the creation of the collaborative work called Junpur, meaning house in a June, by the Hill Artist Group for the 5th edition of the Dhaka Art Summit in 2020. This mural, 20 feet high and 30 feet wide, is covered with the weaving patterns of the 11 indigenous Jumbo nations. The unifying central focus of the work is a generally traditional platform house covered with a semicircular weave. In Joydev's ballpoint pen drawing, two indigenous men are shown with hands as empty work baskets. The artist says the emptiness is meant to invoke the insolubility of thinking about how to get out of the problem of constant eviction by developers, the military, and rubber plantation companies. The indigenous men appear to be constructed from the same patch that is used to construct the June houses and its utensils. The clothes line represents a symbolic attempt to cleanse the CHD of the pollution dumped by Bengali tourists visiting the once pristine hills. In Tribunal, as part of the symbolic cleansing, there are two traditional platform houses shown hanging from the clothes line. Joydev connects this to what he recognizes as the ubiquitous use of the image of the platform house on t-shirts as a proud identifier of indigeneity. In the next set of three works, Joydev creates domestic scenes where mothers, grandmothers, children, and pets fuse with the interior and exterior fabric of the traditional architecture. The patterns of the patch of the walls and floors of the houses permeates the clothing of its inhabitants. This work is a self-portrait. Joydev is shown lying on the flattened bamboo floor of the work den of the platform house. In this work, the artist appears at peace as he is consumed by the surrounding sage forest. Plants and creepers penetrate the gaps of the bamboo deck and march with the body of the artist. In numerous other pen drawings by Joybek, the line work tells the same story. Indigenous people, particularly women, are formed from woolen bamboo patch, while intruders, particularly the colonizing military, are created from lines of barbed wire. Joybek Chakma was born in a small village in the CHD. He earned his art degree from Chittagong University and Master of Fine Arts degree from Kolkata. In 2023, Bangladesh's National Institute of Fine and Performing Arts awarded him the Shilpa Kala Padav, recognizing his outstanding contribution to the arts in Bangladesh. Joybek's paintings, drawings, sketches, needlework, and sculptures are reminders of the patriotic cities the CHD has endured. One major theme of his work to date has been the violence caused by militarization and transmigration. This watercolor work shows the military's occupation of a platform house with another platform house burning in the distance. Another major theme is the devastation caused by development, including the flooding by the Kaptai hydroelectric dam and land acquisition for military and development projects. Set in a triangular frame, this needlework shows the island mountain tops remaining after the flooding by the Kaptai hydroelectric dam. A single platform house sits precariously on one of the hilltops, leaving the viewer to ponder how its inhabitants might now survive on the remaining isolated land. A massacre in Logan village took place on 10th April 1992. Bengali transmigrant settlers, border guards, and the army attacked civilian Juniors with axes, machetes, and guns and burned down over 450 houses. Over 400 junior villagers were killed. 2,000 more fled to India. The army burned and removed the corpses. The government investigation committee reported that only 12 indigenous men had died. Lands taken over during the Logan massacre are still occupied by settlers. No one responsible for the massacre has ever been brought to justice. This work, entitled Logan, shows hills of blood that are overlaid on a subtle background of, ironically, the actual village name Logan means blood river. In each of these set of paintings, the red hills are topped by platform houses, identifying the massacre's location in the CHD. This simple watercolor presents a sort of dark ribbon and illusion. It might at first glance be read as a campfire. However, the campfire sticks symbolizes the logs stolen from the forest by the military in partnership with business. The flame is an art-colored hill, and at the point of the flame is balanced a lonely platform house. Tufan was also born in a small village in the CHD. After graduating from Bangladesh University, he is currently pursuing a master's degree at various European universities on an Erasmus Mundus scholarship. Tufan's work is more optimistic in expressing the positive strength of resistance. This poster for the celebration of the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples is an almost victorious depiction of Bangladesh's indigenous diversity. Crowning the hill at the center of the image is the June Platform House. Similarly, this work shows defined indigenous people in their uniquely identifiable national costumes, protectively surrounding the central image of the hill topped by a June Platform House. This work shows the impact of the flooding caused by the Kapkai Dam. The platform house is shown slowly sinking into the rising waters. From the top of each flooded hill, a cloud of refugees rises into the air like smoke from a fire. This work is an unnuanced caricature of the role of the puppet Bangladeshi media in constant land theft and human rights abuses in the city. In the background, a bulldozer can be seen threatening the platform house. Again, this work is an unnuanced depiction of the June Platform House being ripped from the living body of the art. The arm of the art's body wears a traditional Kujikaru bangle and appears to run with blood. This poster for the artist's solo exhibition in France depicts a hill and its platform house being defended from forces that seek to destroy it. The title, Lullabies, suggests that peace may still be found in a wasteland. This more optimistic work shows the platform house being loved and protected. The use of an endangered toucan hints at the possibility of a return from near extinction. This work celebrates the graduation of junior students from Dhaka University. The students' roots remain literally anchored in the hills of the CHD, while the June Platform House caps the graduation mortarboard. By far the most aggressively optimistic is this work depicting a hill and its platform houses rising phoenix-like from the ashes. What I have tried to show in this presentation is a small cross-section of works by CHD artists who are deploying the traditional platform house architecture as both an identifier of the unity of an otherwise diverse set of indigenous nations and their resistance to ongoing nationalist Bengali colonization. Thank you, and I look forward to one day meeting many of you in person. Bye. Thank you. Hello, everybody from Bijigal land in Australia. Today, I want to discuss the use of traditional architecture in the work of Indigenous.
Wait for Kabita to join us. She was just going to join us to say hello. Kabita, can you see us? Oh, we can't hear you. Hi, Kabita.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Everybody's here and smiling.
Hello.
Hello, Kabita. We've loved your presentation. It's just so wonderful to hear all your experience and how well you've advocated.
Thank you so much. I heard the last line that you were introducing me. I just got into the Zoom and I thought, okay, let it go smoothly. Thank you everybody, and hello my friends. I'm speaking from Medical Land in Australia, and thank you for being there in person and online. And I wish you a great time. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kabita, for the presentation. It was extremely insightful.
And having me in this symposium.
Okay, thank you, Kabita. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
He was suggesting he would speak with her.
Perhaps it's just a bit difficult because it cuts on and off. Brian said to me yesterday it was cutting on and off and he couldn't hear, so that's why I think it's a bit challenging. So I would now like to ask Dr. Mena if you would kindly join me on stage and we can follow up on your presentation discussion. So thank you, Dr. Mena, for your presentation. I was rapidly thinking and writing as you were going through it, and I have 3, maybe 4 questions. Let's see how we go. And then I would really like to open it up to the public for your questions too. So I would like to start out thinking about national narratives and the role of museums in constructing national narratives. And I'm reminded, I think it was the National Gallery of Australia, who until very recently, when you went into the museum, the sort of nation storytelling that the museum was doing began with a painting of Captain Cook landing in Australia. That was the beginning of history, according to the museum. And it was only through a lot of advocacy that eventually that beginning was changed, and a bark painting, Aboriginal bark painting with the celestial skies, speaking of the ability to navigate the skies that Aboriginal people are very skilled at, that became the beginning of the narration. This story was told to be by Nissi Compton. I know you're looking puzzled, Chaitanya, but Nissi Compton told me this story. Whether it's exact or not, I think the point is that museums have a very important role in telling nation stories. And when you spoke of the Adivasi Academy, you described it as a holder of a methodology which seems very empowered. Empowered because it really centers Adivasi knowledges and ways of being. So my question to you, Dr. Mena, is how do national museums in India, who are responsible for telling the story of a nation to broad society, they have this power to narrate a national story. How do they relate, in this case, to the Adivasi Academy? What kind of dialogue or inspiration do they draw from it?
So when we talk of the museums in India, the first museum that came up, the Indian Museum in Calcutta, which was a very colonial museum set up by the British before independence. And soon after that, we see the other two museums coming up, the National Museum in Delhi and then also the National Gallery of Modern Art. But all these institutions talked about the classical arts or the historical classical arts, but it never talked about the communities like the indigenous communities. You don't see any artifacts or any representation of those communities in these 2-3 big museums which came up initially. Then separately, the museum that came up in Bhopal, the Bharat Bhavan, it was simultaneously both together, the Museum of Mankind, the Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, and the State Museum, Tribal Museum, and Bharat Bhavan. They came up. That was the first time when we started looking at all these tribal cultures as a mainstream subject. Before that, we did not see any visibility. We see publications coming from the British officers who were appointed in India by the Anthropological Survey of India. We see the initial publications are there, and then some foreign writers has come who has done surveys. We have many gazetteers and surveys which throw some light on these communities, but not in a larger sense. And then we have these exhibitions, national exhibitions. We hardly see any representation of any traditional art form. I'm not talking of the indigenous art form, I'm just talking about the traditional art form. Still till today, if you see these exhibitions taking place in India, all the biennales or the triennales that are happening, we have not represented them. In contrast to that, what we have seen in Australia, they also do this South Asia Pacific Biennale. On the entrance, the priority has been given to the indigenous artist. I have not seen that representation in India. Very sad to say, I come from the country, but we have not validated them to be as an artist. Artists of contemporary expression, I mean. They have been categorized as traditional artists or the artist of folk art or traditional art or tribal art. That is what they have been named. And yesterday we were talking of terminologies. So this is how we have identified them. So that has been lacking. A huge gap is there, but I hope from platforms like this, a new consciousness, awareness might grow in the coming years, and they might also find place in these national events of art.
Thank you. I had a second reflection, and it's about this stunning methodology that you have in the museum, in the Adivasi Academy, of not having walls, an open museum, open 24 hours, where any of the youth can enter the museum without a guard stopping them or asking questions. They can come, they can touch any of the objects, they can take the objects with them, they can feel the objects, they can learn from the objects can tell them stories. This seems such a sovereign methodology, such an empowered methodology. And it really challenges the idea of museums as being repositories, places where objects are isolated from their role in life, that remove the liveliness of the objects. Seems to me your methodology brings life back into those objects, places them back into daily experience. Could you tell us a bit more about this? It's such an important methodology.
Yeah. So the museum, as you saw, the campus is open 24 hours because now the tribal kids are there, the tribal youth who are appearing for their competitive exams. So we have to keep open, the library opens 24 hours for them because they study at night also. So that way the museum has no doors, that is always open. Kids sometime right at 10 o'clock they go and then they have their dance form in the ground just which is in front of the academy. Now the point is how a museum can act as an instrument of revival, which is very, very important because this museum is a repository of a very important knowledge. Now how that knowledge need to be preserved. So one project I tell you, this is a kasota, it's a loin loom textile. And the last person left in the region was 90 years, Lallu Kaka Vankar. People have stopped wearing langot because no one would like to wear it. our Adivasi Academy present director Sudhir Horo wore it and went to NID to protest. So it became a instrument of protest. The textile becoming an instrument of protest. So we have, why it has happened? Because we have tried to preserve that textile. So we trained the people, we brought the people again, we've set up those looms, and we have not improvised the loom again, I tell you, because what happened the textile scenario in handloom, we just changed the loom, we want a production, we want large scale production. That has not been our purpose. Our purpose was to retain that from various perspectives. I told you that language is also an important thing, because if suppose the loom dies, then some 200 words which are used in that particular textile processing or for weaving or for yarn or for coloring, they will also die. So museum also act as a revival. Museum also act as a creation of an identity. Right now, the Rathwas are facing a big challenge from the government to claim themselves or to prove themselves as the tribal communities, to prove them as a ST, scheduled tribe. That's how the government recognizes them. In some records of revenue records, there is a Koli word written, and they are telling that you are OBCs. Now that blunder mistake might have happened because of some officer, but now after getting into job, the first thing is to certify yourself that you are an Adivasi. Now over there, museum plays an important role. Over there, the whole archive and documentation center that is we are running, that plays an important role, because they take out all this material from here. That becomes their identity. It becomes they represent that material in the court. So this case is going on in High Court, and a lot of material has gone from the museum and library to claim their identity over there. So I think the museum need to have such roles also, and also pride who they are.
Thank you. I was also thinking about how the colonial experience destroys the interconnectedness of elements in the life of indigenous peoples. So what I mean by this is that you told us that this museum, this academy started because of a language crisis. And I just wanted to take as maybe a parallel example, something that I know from the Sami experience that is, I think, relevant or shares with the Adivasi Academy. I've often been told by Sami colleagues that for them, the forests are like libraries. They are their libraries. And that for them, landscape, the land, the water, that's what makes their language. It's the motor behind their language. And that in turn, their language is what keeps their connection to the land. So here you see a clear connection, indivisibility between land and language. And I thought it was so exciting to see in your presentation how you connect trees with language, how you have one tree to represent each of the 200 languages. So I wanted to ask you, since the loss of land, the loss of fauna and flora, is one of the impacts, one of the consequences of the colonial experience, in your case, how relevant do you see the loss of land and the loss of trees with the loss of language?
So language is all about the environment that we live in. So suppose that environment changes, the language also changes. As we discussed in our initial, that language is all about the landscape that you see. One of my projects that I'm working in Rajasthan right now is on the block printing tradition. The designs of the block prints are all derived from the local flora and fauna of the region. It's not some exotic plants. So I'm just trying to study 400 designs. And this is all from West Rajasthan. It's completely from the desert. So designs, and those designs has got established with the particular communities. Like suppose there's a Rabari of Etio. The Rabari of Etio means a community, pastoral community, who's a Rabari, has a particular design which has been derived from a plant and has got established with that community as a textile. Now imagine these 400 design which has been who designed those, who simplified those trees into those motifs, and those got established with a particular community. And within the community, if you see, unmarried girl has a different skirt design from the same community. The married will have a different, and then the widow will have a different design. So how textile, inspired from the local fauna, identifies the community. So same is the case with the language also. So if you study the local flora and fauna of the region, and we are having this very important, interesting program, I invite you all to come over there, this environmental education in the Vasanshala school. We are creating our own pedagogy based on the knowledge system that these kids have, or the community that the community has. So the community is participating to create this knowledge, to create this course for these kids. It is all about them. They know how the ant behaves, what is going to happen. They know how the flies are behaving. If the mendak comes out, they know how the eggs has been placed on the ground, on what level, under which tree. They know all the environmental possibilities going to happen.
Thank you. And I think my final question before I open up to the public is to do with the notions of loss, of innovation, of global indigenous solidarity and indigenous futures. And I'm going to explain what I mean here. You spoke about the example of the loom and the making of the loincloth that is no longer worn. And I remember you explaining to me that it was important to keep the looms going in order to keep the crafts alive and the language connected to those crafts also alive. And that actually, even if the loincloths were being made, they were not being used as loincloths, but you morphed the use. You innovated into a new use, which was placing it around the shoulders or on the head. So I think this is such an important and fascinating dynamic, because we have spoken so much in Western art history about this dichotomy between tradition and innovation, as if tradition is fixed, that it can never change. So how important, from a sovereign indigenous perspective, is this ability to innovate, to adapt and morph to conditions, because there has been so much loss? One cannot continue with certain things. One has to adapt, but that is still part of indigenous knowledge thinking on sovereignty.
So this is with the same loin loom. When it is no more being used by the community, how to take it forward? So initially, this textile was being worn as a stoles, and that too with a pride, both by the Adivasis as well as by the non-Adivasis, because we have a small museum shop. So as a souvenir, people has been buying it. We saw that the earlier weavers were using mill-made yarn, and they were using chemical dyes. So we got some ambar charkhas to have our own spinning, and we started cultivating indigo also, because indigo grows in that region. It's an indigenous plant of that region. We found it just right down the cave where I'm discussing that this prehistoric painting is also there. So we found the plants already growing there. So but we started cultivating and extracting indigo from it and dyeing our own yarn. And then there are various plants which yield different colors. So all the colors are there within the campus. So we have a whole range of colors. We have our own yarn, which is now being produced at the academy. We also started growing indigenous cotton. We found what cotton was grown. Now this is a BT cotton growing area. It's a genetically modified cotton, which is for the mass production. So we found the indigenous varieties. We started growing that also. So now the project is completely from farm to fashion. Then I got my interns from the various design institutions who came, and who started using this narrow width cloth, because the width is this much, and we did not improvise the loom to this width. They made patterns from out of this, and they did some dresses also. Beautiful dresses they did, and most of them got those diploma awards also from their design institutions like NIFT. And will you believe our weavers who had retired for 20 years, they had stopped weaving, they started weaving again. Just 2 years ago, got a Martin Singh award from the Intech, very prestigious award. And now they are being invited everywhere. And that award made such a big change in the community. After getting that, they were invited by the local collectorate, they were recognized, the whole panchayat was organized by the weaver community, and they were recognized there also. So this a small initiative of revival can create a new future also. And this is a future that we have seen ourselves before our eyes, and you can see them now participating everywhere. They're invited by all these craft councils. They have been to Telangana, they have been to Gandhinagar in Ahmedabad, they come to Delhi now. But this this came only from the museum, because museum was having those langot pieces, and I found that only last weaver, that Lallu Kaka at 90, he was still weaving, because that small shred of cloth is still required when a person dies. It goes with the dead body. For that purpose he was weaving, other people has completely stopped wearing it. So now we are doing costumes, and this textile is now being sent to Japan. Also, it is being sold in Japan.
It's wonderful to hear this. I would love to open up to the audience if you have any questions. Oh, wonderful. I see 2 hands straight away. Mr. Vivek Segal, would you like to? Please, if you could wait for a mic so everybody can hear you. It's just behind you. Just behind you.
Thank you. Very reflective. And I have a question, more comment, and maybe a longer question later. But like your langot, right? So if, and all those designers who copied the Pethora designs, which people were upset about. But let's say a Giorgio Armani, I'm just picking up any name, mid-level fashion designer of the world. If he would put the langot on a collection on the Paris catwalk, I can assure you every wannabe in Delhi or Bombay would wear it, and this would be saved. Rather than, so I'm assuming that this langot that you're doing now, the variation, is still a travesty, which is the same thing which the designers that you were complaining about were using the Pethora designs. So if you take a Pethora design and put it on a magnet, on a fridge, and sell 1 million copies at the Kiranada Museum. But let's go one step further, and what really interests me, I study wine, and the French and the Italian both make very good wine. But the French are extremely bureaucratic, and we are very bureaucratic as a country. If we can do designated regions of interest, so maybe there'll be 1 and maybe there'll be 1 million. I mean, there's a vineyard outside Paris which only has 50 wines, which is its own region. And then the Pethora community, and I'm sorry if I've got the name wrong, can say, this is our thing. You want to do it, you have to do it this way. This is quality control. What do you think of that? And who would do it? Would it be Modi ji, or would it be the Rajasthan or Gujarat, or would it be bureaucracy? How would you do it?
See, the community acceptance is something which is most important. Why that opposition and that protest happen in case of Pethora has come from the community. It has not come from the individuals. It has not come from the government who has registered GI for them. It has not come from them also. It has come from the community. So there are 100 things that we can do out of such material, what we call a there are 100 things we can do, but there are few things which we cannot do without the community's acceptance. So that is something which is important. Now suppose if you go to the Constitution 5th schedule, it has defined that the rights of the Adivasis very well, very clear, but hardly anyone pays any attention to that. Professor Gala can talk more about it. The schedule 5th and 6th, they talk about Adivasi rights, they talk about the rights of the indigenous people. We don't take care of this. So what cannot be done is also very important thing that need to be talked about. We are not talking, we are just, the creative people can go to any extent of creativity, which is fine. I'm also an artist, I also create. But there are some limitations within that. The rights of the communities also has to be respected.
Gauri, you had a question. Shall I bring you a mic? I don't know whether the previous one worked actually. Perfect.
Thank you, Madanji. Such a wonderful and, of course, wonderful work.
Gauri, I'm not sure it's working. We can't hear you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation and, exhaustive presentation on the Adivasi Academy. I was thinking in the context of homegrown museums, or
Little.
We can't hear you, sorry.
I was thinking in the context of homegrown or ground up museums, which you seem to be, raising that question of the kind of feasibility of that, you know. I started to think of course, the great work of Devi Ji, who is Ganesh Narayan Das Devi, a Brahmin, upper caste man himself. Mahashweta Devi, again the memorial, absolutely wonderful. And the whole recent history of, when we are speaking of bringing actually so-called tribal or folk art into urban consciousness, whether it's Jagdish Swaminathan ji, K.G. Subramanya, Meera Mukherjee, all the figures, Kapila Vatsyayan, Popul Jaikar, I can just keep going on, right? So how do you see this, again, complicated? I'm just trying to complicate your presentation a little bit. How do you see these figures? Were they instigators? Were they catalysts? Were they interlopers? Were they interlocutors? And how would you see then a museum such as the one that Rajeshji and others are creating in Vangadpara, which is going to be, Jivaji's dream, and Adivasi artists creating the museum themselves, of themselves, for themselves. Perhaps museums built to disintegrate, museums that don't need to last, museums that don't need to serve the world, cater to the world or to the idea of the museum itself. Can it be living and breathing and perishable? We just had the whole case of the relics of the Buddha. Those were not meant to be put in institutions. We have many sacred objects, including masks, which are not meant to be, put in museums and viewed. They are meant to be worn, and they may well, disintegrate in a few years, but they are consecrated. It is disturbing to take them out of that and to put them in a museum context where people are looking at them, without understanding the full context. So many questions that, again, questions for you, and that I also reflect upon, because, how do we frame, an Adivasi museum or any of these museums, for themselves, by them?
Yes. So the great people you talk about, right from Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay to Papul Jaika to Kapila Vatsyayan and other peoples who has greatly regarded such art forms, who has greatly regarded such communities, Maheshwar Devi, all this DNT movement for the denotified tribes started because of her. Otherwise, no one in India ever knew about this 10% population of communities who were criminalized by the British by simply enacting this Criminal Tribe Act. So these people have created that kind of an awareness. Now coming to Adivasi Museum, why it is different from other museums, and why similar museums has not come across other places also so far, is a challenge actually. And the challenge is this: leaving everything to the community. Who is going to give that freedom? Because every personality have his own imposition actually. Over here is something that you nullify your imposition. You nullify your knowledge, which is all colonial knowledge actually, that is. You have to nullify yourself and let it give it to the people to do it by themselves, and let us motivate them to do it. If they need a help, suppose in technology input, you can help with that. Like we did this interface, which is digital, completely digital. It's a touch screen. You go, you zoom into, and then you take out a community. Then if you want to listen to music, you want to listen to speech, you can do that. So it is to facilitate their expression. That is something should be the core of the museum while dealing with such communities. So who is going to do that? Because the state has its own agenda. Suppose the state is going to do it, They have agenda. They are doing a tribal museum. Me and Professor Gala has been a meeting for those also. But they have an agenda. People have agenda. Institutions have their agendas. So this is something where you let the community completely free to do it of their own, what they want to do, what the story they want to tell to the world. This is that museum. It's not easy to make such museums. It's a very tough exercise. Even after, I was also a director before Sudhir Horo for 7 years. I had to listen to these people always, always. I had never taken any decisions of my own. The decisions has been their decisions. And not impose my learning. I come from Rajasthan, they come from Gujarat. Though the distance is not far. I also come from a tribal community, but I am a Meena and they are the Rathwas. There are differences in that also. So you have to drop down your own learnings. You have to unlearn yourself and prioritize them. And that has been the system of Adivasi Academy. Whoever comes and leads the institution, listens to the people, he works with the people.
We can't hear you, Bhavna. They're bringing.
Please, please. Please, Bhavna.
Please.
Giving the example of the museum in Bhopal, the tribal museum, with which Bhatti worked with the tribal.
Yeah, I'm sure, of course,
No,
I'm
no,
sure you do,
yeah.
and all of us also do.
Bhattiji
So
has-
that's a great example
Yeah,
of
yeah.
bringing in
That's a great-
Adivasis to an
Yes, yes.
institution which is built by the government,
Yes, yes.
and then letting them do. I think they got immense freedom to do that, and so did he.
I should speak about this.
Yeah.
You have very good point you have raised. Now, Bhattiji has grown up with a team which was sent out by J. Swaminathan in the field to document. And they lived with those Adivasis there. They learned from them. And they brought the material to be featured how the Adivasis wanted to be featured. I think they were very near to the Adivasi expression. And Bhattiji himself has become an Adivasi after that. I see him to the second museum that he did with the government after retiring from Bharat Bhavan Bhopal. He did another state museum, tribal museum for the state. And there, he has worked closely with the Adivasis, and the kind of respect that he has shown for them, I don't see that kind of a respect with other curators. Next to his big IGRM, Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, I do not see that kind of a respect which Bhattiji has given to these tribal artists that I do not see in any other kind of a state museums. He is a great figure. I have a whole regards for him.
I think we can probably take two more questions. I can see Lina Vincent, you want to?
Thank you, Dr. Meena, for this incredibly inspiring presentation. Mine, I think, is more of a sharing and a comment to extend the things that you have discussed. One is, I definitely agree with this sort of tokenism, let's say, in terms of both commissioning artists from rural areas as well as giving them awards, which is definitely followed by the Indian government and several state governments. And I'm speaking of my experience in the Mithila region, having worked extensively with the artists over the last decade or so. And this very problematic situation of, in the last few years, of the artists being dragged from their villages to the city of Patna to simply paint all these government buildings with cheap materials and a pay of almost labor variety for a daily basis. And this is so, it's heartbreaking, but the artists are also in some sort of desperation. So they go in groups and they have been doing this kind of job, and the paint peels off, but they put their telephone numbers and they paint the telephone numbers along with the paintings so that they may get more work. So it's just a very terrible cycle, and the award system is also, very similar. So that is something that I wanted to add. And what you said about museums being spaces of revival, I thought that is something also deeply meaningful. Here again, I wanted to share an experience of mine. I have worked with the India Foundation for the Arts on 2 different projects. Again, very localized museums where about Kodava culture actually. So the Kodavas are a very particular community in Karnataka, and of course they're fighting for their own state, etc. But they do have a very different ancestry, or so they say. We found that their particular language, the Kodavatak, doesn't have a script which is originally theirs, or there is a debate of it. So we were asked to first use Kannada script as something to go along with their museum, the website, and then it became problematic because it was absolutely not their script, so it was not used. And as you had mentioned with your example, we attended and documented also several what is called Tera or Tere sacred performances for their ancestors, which ultimately we refused to put on the website, even though we were told to, because of the sacredness of the entire space and the sensitivity that we have to have as curators. But I want to end also with this whole idea of the insider-outsider that I personally and teams I've worked with have constantly faced, and we have to, as you say, negate our authority and egos and simply meld into that space if we need to do anything meaningful, and that is something that I have understood. So thank you again, and Katya, thank you as well.
Thank you, Lina.
Do we have any more time for questions? Sorry?
We are running behind the schedule.
Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I hope you can hear me. I mean, I'd like to complicate the picture a bit over here, and really I'm going to now cite this book by Ratnabali Chatterjee and the kind of research that she did in the 1990s, one of her most important books being From the Karkhana to the Studio, and also the kind of extensive work that she did on the Patwa painters, etc. And one of the things that she says is that I think to see communities from rural, contexts, etc., and tribal communities, it's not as if they don't bring their own patriarchal attitudes or their own, hierarchical structures to bear in the way they actually subsequently paint when they relocate to urban contexts, right? So when you're taking the museum form and I was listening very carefully to the way you were speaking about how dress codes of unmarried women, married women, etc., these now enter into the museum as ways of signifying certain kind of social hierarchies. Now, within these kind of new museums that are being created by communities, I was thinking about what kind of criticality can they bring themselves to the way they understand these hierarchies. And I was thinking about an artist like someone like Malvika Raj, who paints in the Mithila style. And I'm talking about the kind of new Dalit consciousness that has come into forms of artistic expression, and the way they have brought feminist concerns or other kinds of social concerns into the way they express themselves through Mithila form of painting, etc.
So what was the execution? Sorry.
No, my question really is that sort of being critically attuned to social problems, hierarchies, etc., that might exist in the community, and how that would come into the way new museums are conceived by the community itself.
Yeah. So the hierarchies exist in the community, no doubt, among all the communities in different ways actually. Not Jati Panchayat from Haryana, suppose, and the kind of news that keeps coming up. Definitely those are not good things to happen. But within the community, to organize the community, I think some rules and regulations are required. And for those reasons, those hierarchies has been made. They are really not always exploitative in nature, but in the present time, in the developing time, I think, the changes are required. I accept that fact that the changes are required in the present time, but who to decide about it? The all these tribal councils are innovating now. They are not rudimentary. I'm seeing this happening now among the Jati Panchayats, in the tribal councils also. They have been resolving to the new development, they are responding to the new development. That is happening now. It is a requirement. It's a requirement of the youth also. Now, in contrast to these traditional councils or the Jati Panchayats, the youth are forming their groups. Navyuvak Mandals now you see among all these communities everywhere. And they are so prompt. And they have these very strong platforms of social media. They just connect. If any calamity happens, within just few hours, they raise money. I've seen it in my own village. Some buffaloes died of a very poor person. They raised in 2 days, they raised 2 lakh rupees to help that person. So those good, interesting things are coming up from the youth. That is what I'm telling you in my last slide, that the youth is getting organized, youth is getting educated, youth is getting more aware about it. They are ready to take the lead now.
And Pablo, I think you raised your hand, but yes, if somebody could give a microphone to Pablo. Could you also introduce yourself so other people know who you are?
I'm just a photographer.
Okay.
This is a question for Mr. Meena. You started with the context of the museums, with the Indian Museum, the National Museum, the NGMA, etc. But you maybe you didn't mention the Crafts Museum, for example. I was just wondering where that fell into the context of the other institutions.
I think I would not like to talk about Craft Museum intentionally, because what I'll speak will not be good. I work in craft, I research in craft, and I teach craft only. I don't go with that establishment. It has not helped crafts. Absolutely. I can tell you hundreds of ground stories from the artisans. Sorry for that. It didn't, because now all the crafts are in crisis now. What it did actually, we have these fantastic galleries in Delhi, and we have this craft museum in Delhi, just in that main space. The first thing is, when you enter the craft museum, you will find the artisan sitting on the ground, doing some demonstration. He has to sit on ground. That has been the tradition also. That's in his practice also, making some ground. And then people comes in, they bargain, and how they bargain badly. In contrast to that, you go to Connaught Place, to a gallery, no one attempt to bargain. You see the price, the beautiful piece of art sold at craft museum, just few bucks. You go to the Connaught Place gallery, it is in lakhs and crores. Such a big discrimination, where craft museum has played role to uplift them. What is the role? Has it uplifted any of the craftsmen except giving them some Padma Shris? And even after getting Padma Shris, you go and see their houses. They live in a very poor condition. The respect is that even after getting a Padma Shri also, they do not gain that respect that any contemporary artist gains that respect in the urban space. So we should have bridged these discriminations actually. Because craft is our art tradition. That's a major art tradition. It's a mainstream art tradition, I should say. But craft has been put into minority. Craft has been put into, it has been sidelined and put into now that has to be a role of craft museum, which is failed actually. I've gone there when I was doing my research, and when I found those artisans sitting on ground and these people coming and bargaining कि नहीं 100 का नहीं है तो 50 का देना होगा आपको. So that was a very bad first impression from the craft museum that came to me. They have a nice collection. I have gone for my research also. I saw that Vishkarma exhibition of Martin Singh, fabulous collection. That just motivated me to start my work on this Sanganer prints, because the piece that I saw there, done by Radha Mohan Udewal, was a fantastic piece. I went to Sanganer. Who are those people who has done it? Radha Mohan Udewal has died, 96, and now there is no one to do it. So that whole project started because of that exhibition which I saw at Craft Museum. But that respect need to be brought into this craft sector now. It is very much important. And now the whole craft sector has been taken over by the brands, very sad to say. The exhibition which has just started in DC Handloom in Vasant Kunj, there are no artisans, individual artisans who are showcasing their work. It is only brands there. So this is a new exposition happening of craft now. The brands are showing, not the craftsmen showing. The craftsmen started with the artisans, but now you see the whole organization. Now the brands are in front of you. The artisans has been again sidelined. In the craft museum. Yes, that is what now the. I know very good collaborations are happening. I am happy about it, no doubt. Because they have created a new art forms now. I know some of the artists who are working in collaboration with these craftsmen also, and they are doing wonderful, fantastic works, no doubt about it. But my point is, where the artisan is being put, are you putting him at the same level? You discriminate. Like I teach in the topmost design institutes in India. When I want to invite an artisan in a classroom, they first ask whether the artisan has a artisan card or not. If there is an artisan card, then there is some slab, and that slab is less than a assistant professor's grade. An artisan working for 40 years in his lifetime at the age of 60, 65, being called in the design institutions, he gets a slab which is less than even with the assistant professor's grade. So that's a discrimination which is happening at design institute. So the student who's coming out from that is design institute, what he or she is going to do with that same craftsman? So that need to be leveled actually first. You need to give that respect. You need to give that level. Then these collaborations are fine. They're fantastic. I think they are good. They are uplifting them in many ways.
Well, I think that was a great way to finish this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Mena. Please join me in giving Dr. Mena a warm hand of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I think we have a little break now. Is that right? Lunch break now? Okay, very good. Thank you. So hello again, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. It's good to see that you haven't all disappeared to have a siesta after such intense but really fantastic discussions. We proceed now with session 6, which is titled The Transformative Power of Museums. And I'd like to tell you that this session is going to emphasize the transformative power of museums as essential institutions in addressing social injustice, particularly towards indigenous peoples. It will be drawing on a broad range of global experiences as our speakers are advocates for museums to move beyond traditional roles and become active agents of change. So before I go into the biographies of our speakers, I'd like to actually invite them onto the stage. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Professor Amareswar Gala and to Dr. Sushri Sangeeta Mohanty. Professor Amareswar Gala draws on a global experience of indigenous affirmative action projects, institutional transformative strategies, and decolonial governmental policies in various parts of the world, in Australia, Denmark, South Africa, Norway, the USA, and India, amongst others. He will share with us thoughts and reflections on the roles of museums in society as champions of cultural democracy, indigenous cultural rights, indigenous inclusive and deep ecology policies, indigenous intangible heritage and intercultural dialogues. Dr. Sushri Sangeeta Mohanty is a specialist in the centering of the extensive diversity of Adivasi languages in museums and educational infrastructure. I'm now going to join them and proceed with a preface and some questions that they will address in their presentation. So here are some reflections, which are propositions, provocations for Professor Gala. Whoops, I'm slipping. Dr. Mohanty. Professor Gala, in your work, you're envisioning museums as living institutions that confront historical injustices and take on a proactive role in promoting equity, sustainability, cultural resilience. And by doing so, not only serve indigenous communities, but also transform society at large towards a more just and inclusive future. You have such a long and extensive career that perhaps one way to begin is with the old Chinese saying that a journey of 1,000 years starts with a first step. And here are some of the questions that I hope you're going to be able to address. What were those first steps in that very long journey of almost 5 decades? And then what motivated you to move from India to Australia? And throughout of your work, what is the multiplier effect of the innovation and inspiration as an unhyphenated Indo-Australian person? So whilst you are ruminating over those questions, I will now address Dr. Sangeeta Mohanty. Your work focuses on the critical need to center Indigenous and Adivasi languages in museum spaces and educational systems, recognizing linguistic polyphony as cultural heritage. So why is language and mother tongue so critical as the carrier and transmitter of living cultures and living traditions that provide the bedrock of creativity? And how do new technologies provide tools for sovereign indigenous futures? Or to be more specific, what is the future of cultural narratives with the use of AI? So these are some of the questions that are going to be addressed in their presentations. And without further ado, I encourage you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, good afternoon. I'm partially deaf, I can't hear. Good afternoon. Ah, you're awake. No siesta time. I'm going to, first of all, thank Bhavna and Katya for creating this space and to take another Sheila for having somebody like me who likes rural areas rather than cities to bring me here. But I'm really extremely grateful. And I've just enjoyed the last 1.5 days. There's so much to learn. I had questions, but I didn't want to ask because I wanted to listen and learn. Because the next generation was speaking. For my generation, whatever mistakes we made, we need to listen to the next generation before we speak. So that was why I was quiet, because a couple of you were asking, why am I so quiet? Usually I like to engage. But let me ask you something. How many of you know who Rudyard Kipling is? Wow. Let's decolonize the moment. Mummy bear and baby bear were going for a walk in the jungle. They see a hunter shooting a tiger. Mummy bear looked at the baby bear and said, "How many people in the jungle?" "5. Good girl," said Mummy bear. "Who are the 5? remember, those of you who are just struggling with siesta, Mummy bear and baby bear went for a walk in the jungle, and they saw a hunter shooting a tiger. Mummy bear says to baby bear, "How many people in the jungle?" Baby bear says, "5. "Good girl," says Mummy bear. "Who are the 5? Anyone? This is what the British took out of indigenous communities' knowledge. So I was sharing this. It used to be a popular Gymkhana joke. Typically, people like Rudyard Kipling would tell the joke and laugh, saying that, "Oh, baby bear didn't know how to count." First time I was in Bhimbedkar, mid-70s. How many of you been to Bhimbedkar? A few. And I was studying at JNU with Romila Thapo. She was my supervisor. She said, "Do you want to go to Bhimbedkar to work on the first excavations with Professor V.N. Mishra?" So I said, "Great opportunity." So I went. And all the volunteers, people looking after us, were Doraigons. They lived there for thousands of years with their ancestors, the Doraigons. So one evening around the fireplace, I was telling them, this is what they're saying. They all laughed. Baby bear knew how to count. But in the jungle, when we bring up our children, it's not what you see, it's what you don't see that's dangerous. So baby bear was right. There's always an eye that you know that's watching you that you don't know in the jungle. And so that was the knowledge of people from Bastar, the Gond area. It's a joke that came out from there with the colonial perception of what is indigenous. So I titled my talk because it's the transformative power of museums more than meets the eye. There's always something that that's more than meets the eye in museums. So how did my first baby steps in this field were in Bhimbedkar. Because how many of you know who discovered Bhimbedkar rock art shelters? Everybody says Vishnu Wakankar. He found them. But Vishnu Wakankar in 1959, because he was traveling first class, those days first class you could pull the chain and stop the train, you were not penalized. He pulled the chain, got off, and he saw the rock formations. It was in the evening. It's not like Bhimbedkar now, there was thick jungle. And believe me, I've seen during the excavations a tiger, a panther family, sloth bears, you name it. And so the Doraigons who were there in the village, they thought, "Ye pagala hai kya?" Mad fella getting out of the train in the middle of the jungle in the evening. So they went up to him, got his suitcase and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I want to go into those rock formations." No, tomorrow, not now. He had no idea what kind of animals were there. So then he stays with one of the Doraigons, and then he sees some paintings on the wall, and he says, "That's what I want to see." They said, "Khana khao, so jao, we'll go tomorrow." So, but the Doraigon who hosted him is Hakim, a Doraigon who is Muslim. The syncretic nature of India has been lost to colonialism. He is a Doraigon, and when his granddaughter had chicken pox, he was sacrificing chickens at the crossroads to mother goddesses. Muslim, but Doraigon. So next day, Hakim and Makbul, they both, together with long-handled axes, because that's all the tools that they had, long-handled axes, they take Vishnu Wakankar and show him what he was looking for. Whether it's ASI, whether it's a World Heritage Site, Bhimbetka, they all say Vishnu Vakanka discovered Bhimbetka. In Australia, we call it Captain Cook syndrome. By the way, Katya, what you said about the National Gallery, that was 1988. It changed in 88. We replaced the Captain Cook welcome with the memorial of 100 poles from Arnhem Land, ceremonial poles. And so what I couldn't understand is this notion of discovery, which is so colonial, is so deeply embedded in the Indian psyche. It's like the Colombian discovery of the Americas, Captain Cook discovering Australia, Vishnu Vakanka discovers. It's not Vishnu Vakanka's fault, by the way, because I knew him. It's all the others, educated like nice babujis. And so that's when I started questioning. I went back to JNU and I was really angry, upset, and Romila Thapa made me sit down and talk, and she was my supervisor. I had an earlier past with Indigenous India, but let's leave that for the time being. So I finished my PhD and I couldn't get a job. I was unemployed for 1 year, and for the wrong reasons, my name appeared in the papers and my background. 3 Aboriginal educators were in India to study how Indigenous people participate in the Indian Parliament. At that stage, it was 9% of the Parliament. In Australia, there were none. In fact, to be honest, at that time in Australia, there wasn't a single woman in the Parliament. And all men, blokes, as we call them, mates. And so they read it in the papers, and then they wanted to meet me. And they said, we want you in Australia. So I ended up moving to Australia, being employed by the Council of the National Museum and being supervised by the National Aboriginal Education Committee to set up the National Affirmative Action Program for Indigenous people to participate in museums, galleries, libraries, archives, national parks, World Heritage Sites. Because that's what I was arguing in India, was to create jobs for Indigenous participation in their own heritage. And from being unemployed in India 1983-84 to a decent salary from the Council of the National Museum and a $3 million budget, it would be what now? 1984, it would be at least $200 million now. So I fell back to Romila Thapar and Munis Raza, who was also another teacher of mine, brilliant geographer, and who specialized on Indigenous topographies. They say, and so they guided me, but most importantly, I had a 19-member Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander committee. And there was furor in Australia. An Indian educated in India has been appointed to deal with our heritage. They were opposed to it, But the 19-member Aboriginal committee said, but we are your employees, we love you, stay on. The anthropologists, archaeologists totally said, and they put in writing, 2 major museums, state museums put in writing, Aboriginal people don't want to work in museums. They go walkabout, which is very derogatory. And they put it in writing. I have all the documentation. It's going into the National Archives. And so I thought, okay, budget was not an issue. Authority, not power. I had the authority of Indigenous, 19-member Indigenous committee. So they said, all these anthropologists, archaeologists are doing, it's not working for us. You go around Australia, sit on talk with old people. Sit on talk means you sit in the bull dust, listen to people. So I spent 1.5 years developing the curriculum and pedagogy, which was about not even decolonizing. It's a totally new approach to museum participation. on interpreting cultural values and cultural heritage. And the fundamental question that came up was, who owns whose heritage? Who interprets whose heritage? This mid-80s. We had a seminar on the title it's published, Who Owns Heritage? So that's how I started. But I had to have a Trojan horse mentality, because out of 14,600 people employed in national parks, World Heritage Sites, museums, galleries, and libraries, there were only 2 Aboriginal employees. But 1/3 of cultural business in Australia is Indigenous. And with the money, we created cadetships, a whole new paradigm, entirely based on my Indian education and the mentoring and supervision of all Aboriginal committee, Indigenous committee. But my next slide, which I don't want anybody to photograph, please, because it's a restricted slide. Oh, not this one. This one is not restricted. I just wanted to contextualize, given some of the questions that came up yesterday. 1993 was the UN year for Indigenous people. And then a lot of us argued, 1 year is not like, this is like American Father's Day, Mother's Day, you don't do that. we need to go beyond a day. So in 1994, the UN Working Group on World's Indigenous Populations was formed in Geneva. That met and drafted between 1993 and 2007 with the establishment of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Peoples, drafted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It took us all that time, and I was part of the process. India was represented by the late Professor Ram Dayal Munda, and I had a wonderful privilege of working with him and learning from him. And so then the whole question of endangered languages that Dr. Mohanty will talk about, that became an issue. So we had the International Year of Indigenous Languages. The 1 year is not enough. So we went for International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which we are going through. And then in the reporting process of the UN Permanent Forum, UNESCO took on the role as the co-convener of the UN Interagency Support Group. The reason I'm saying all these things is, in Australia, nothing would have changed if the world didn't think what was happening in Australia. In India too, we have, as Dr. Mena mentioned, constitutional provisions are there from theory to practice. There are no standard setting instruments. So I sent those of you who are all on the e-loop, the IGRMS Bhopal Charter and the Shillong Charter. I think there were about 28 people on that loop. And those of you got it, if you can open it. That was a process. Shillong Charter was by 39 Indigenous directors of cultural centers and museums in the 8 states of northeastern India, which is the first thing I did when I came back. It took 6 months. And then the IGRMS Bhopal Charter was following on from an MOU that was signed between my university, where I'm pro-chancellor, and IGRMS. Those are standard setting documents. But let me say one thing. Yesterday I heard somebody talk about, signatory to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. India is not a signatory. No country is a signatory, because it's a soft law instrument. You acclaim it. You signatory to a convention or a treaty like the World Heritage Convention. There's a big difference. It's aspirational. So these are, what did I do? These are aspirational. So I just want to okay, the next slide is really important because it sums up what I was doing in Australia. But I just want to emphasize that I'm very proud, the Indian part of me, like I said, I'm an unhyphenated Indo-Australian. But the Indian part of me is very proud because on the 15th of October 2023, 60% of Australians said no to the constitutional recognition of Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. 60%. Shameful. It's a shame for the whole country. And India, yes, there's things on paper. In practice, it's a lot of challenges, but at least there's constitutional recognition. And I don't know how many of you know affirmative action, positive discrimination, these are all coined in India. Then the Canadians came to study it in 1966, whenever Lal Bahadur Shastri was Prime Minister. They went back to Canada, they established the Calgary Institute, and that's how India gave the rest of the world the notion of corrective action or affirmative action. It's not Western, it's Indian. It was Nehru's socialist idea. I think there's a lot of decolonization of our minds that we need to think about. And is it moving? Okay, I just want you, can you read it? Please don't photograph this. This is a restricted slide. Can you read it? You can't read it at the back, right? Can you hold this for me? Because in case it falls down. This is the most important slide that I've got. A dimension of the relationship between heritage and breakdown of well-being in indigenous communities. And it says Gala PU because the police were using it for the wrong purposes. So Peter Yu is the chair of the Prime Minister's Task Force. Prime Minister's Task Force right now on infrastructure development. Peter and I work together in the Kimberley. This diagram was written in body language and drawn in sand by Aboriginal elders. It was a meeting at Crocodile Hall, Rugana Aboriginal community near Turkey Creek in northwestern Australia. We were prepared for 62 to 80 Indigenous people, but we had 861 show up from 200 communities. It's a whole week-long bush meeting on the sandbanks of Crocodile Hall where there were crocodiles, but they were Johnstons, which means small, harmless crocodiles. So translated from body language, it says colonization, displacement and dispossession, Indigenous story everywhere, loss of economic and subsistence-based access to land, loss of heritage consciousness tied up with land. Remember, UN Working Group Commissioner Martinez Cobot differentiated that Indigenous people belong to the land. You know, yesterday Dr. Devi was referring to her. And loss of heritage consciousness and breakdown of cultural discipline. Erosion of cultural self-esteem, you don't feel good within yourself. Grieving in the sense, deep grieving. Hopelessness, breakdown of health and well-being, internal violence, domestic violence, family violence, community violence, substance use and use of negative recreational drugs and alcohol, so-called offensive behavior defined from outside, custody and control, deaths in custody. Because the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody was being conducted at the same time, and in the Kimberley meeting, the chair was Pat Dodson. He was one of the commissioners. So at the same time, we were also reviewing museums and everything to do with heritage in Western Australia. So we asked the Aboriginal elders in the Crocodile Hall meeting, where do you see the role for museums? Anyone wants to have a guess? Around the world, nobody has been able to guess which box. They all pointed out erosion of cultural self-esteem. They said, we don't feel good in here. Our young people don't feel good in here. That's where the problem is. That's where all drugs and alcohol, offensive behavior, everything comes from. So the whole approach my committee took was, how do we build through museums, through museological discourse, to feel good, whether you're white or black? So that's the central element of well-being approach for museums. And so I just wanted to share that. And are there any questions? I'm happy to answer. But the other thing we do, like in India, in Australia, everywhere, we disaggregate heritage. We haven't really learned, whether in India or Australia, how to decolonize the heritage discourse. And so when we talk about Indigenous, we don't put people in the center and their creativity, their living heritage, and their arts. What we do is we go for tangibles, sites, structures, sculptures, landscapes, tangible, managed by various heritage agencies, but professionally through ICOMOS, International Council for Monuments and Sites. And then there's objects, artworks, archives, everything fragmented. But what we completely ignore is voices, values, traditions, folk life, creativity, distinctiveness of people. But we deal with everything separately from a colonial perspective. If you want to decolonize the mind, well, you have to understand, if you want to really work with Indigenous people or any communities, it doesn't have to be Indigenous. You have to understand this community-grounded approach, taking a holistic approach. And I often say that, how many of you have got grandmothers? Okay, a lot of you. Now, if you go to your grandmother and say, Grandma, this vase that you got, it's from 19th century, should be in a museum. And Grandma has got some very early drawings of Rabindranath Tagore. Grandma, this should be in a gallery. And then Grandma shows you that during the Second World War, Grandpa and Grandma were just married for a few days. Grandpa had to go to Egypt. They were writing letters to each other. And Grandma kept all the letters. Oh my God, Grandma, they should go into the archives. So like that, if you disaggregate all of Grandma's heritage, and you don't think of Grandma's language, you don't think of her voice, you don't think of her values, you don't think of all the lullabies, stories, and all the wonderful things that she cooked for you, what would Grandma think about you? All your education has been a waste of time. So the so-called museum studies heritage management programs, and I know all of them in India, are still in that colonial phase. They haven't really gone past that. So if you want institutional transformation, these pre-entry institutions also need to transform before we expect the institutions to transform. And so when I was running the Canberra, the national program in Australia, the Maoris, Mina Mackenzie, a Maori elder from the Manawatu Museum, she was the chair of the National Maori Heritage Advisory Council. She said, what you're doing in Australia is too expensive to set up for Maori because smaller numbers. So they gave them scholarships. They also came to study with us. And if you look at Australia, wherever you go, they're retiring because the average age of the cohorts during my time was more than that of mine. I was younger than some of them, quite a few of them. A lot of them are retiring, but the transformation took place through curriculum and pedagogy that was driven with the Indigenous voice. And the Maori had the advantage. They had the Treaty of Waitangi and bicultural policies. And I loved working with the Maori. And I just want to, this is your second or third question, Katya. Anybody recognizes this building? Our colleagues from Chicago. National Museum of the American Indian, Smithsonian Institution. For 17 years, I was an advisor. It was based on 1989 legislation. Then 1992, I worked with Alice Sodonge, wonderful Hopi woman, on the capacity building for people to work in the future National Museum of the American Indian. But we followed the same framework as in Australia. There are 360 tribes. We looked at 360 community archives and community museums. So the National Museum, NMAI as it's called, is a national network. Not just a building on the mall. That was designed by Douglas Cardinal, who is First Nations architect from Canada. Rick West Jr. was the founding director emeritus. We work very closely together still. And so a little bit of India went to Australia. It learned. From Australia, it went to the US, New Zealand. Is that globalization? It is. There are some good things about globalization. But I worked for 5 years for the first president of South Africa as one of the many advisors that he had. So the first project that Mandela ever funded was with the Tswane outside Pretoria, 2 hours outside Pretoria. I was the advisor for the project. And there were only 4 Boer farmers in 1954 when the Group Areas Act was introduced. But when I went there were 2.4 million blacks removed and dumped from the Transvaal region. So the first project that we were working on was with the Ndebele. Heard of the Ndebele? The BMW art project, anybody? That's how it started with the Ndebele. And so the Ndebele king was sitting there. He looked at me, he said, "Come and sit here." And he said, "South Africa is free. Mandela is our president, but we are not free." Because a lot of indigenous people talk in cryptic language. And given my own background and upbringing in India, I understood there was a message saying this is cryptic. What he was saying is that, and then he explained, Mandela is our president, we are free. But we are not free because under the apartheid regime we were forbidden since 1954 to initiate our young people. Until our young people are initiated, we are not free. So we justified the budget in terms of living heritage and cultures, intangible heritage it's called these days. So these are the first people since 1954, in 1996 being initiated, first young people. But the reason I'm saying is that the beads are everywhere in Australia, European museums, African museums, the initiation beads. But what about the story, the heritage, the folk life, and the oral history, the community values behind those beads? Ndebele beads are collected all over the world. So in the transformation of museums in South Africa and the national parks, we once again did the same thing as we were doing in Australia and elsewhere. Except Comrade Metz, who was dealing with me through Winnie Mandela. Winnie was like my reporting authority. She was at that stage the deputy minister. He said, "Mate, what you did in Australia is preschool stuff. Come and do the real stuff." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "What? You have no blacks in the parliament. 300,000 at that stage, indigenous people. 44 million blacks in South Africa. This is real transformation, real change. Come and do the real stuff." So I loved the 5 years. I think I went back to preschool to learn again, once again in my life. It's really important that we take that approach. If you want institutional transformation, we got to go back to the primaries. Otherwise, we're never going to. Oops. What does it do? And I'll give you this example. This was a wonderful example. The Director General of UNESCO in 2011 asked me, for the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, could I head the flagship project? So I loved 1.5 years living in Paris working on this. But then I said, I need complete freedom. So I was given complete freedom. No bureaucracy of UNESCO could do anything with me. So I went around the world. I didn't go physically, but through the National Commissions for UNESCO. We had submissions. We had 26 case studies in the volume, not one from India. Because Cambridge University Press published it with UNESCO, very strict on referring process, very strict. None of the Indian case studies passed because it's World Heritage benefits beyond borders, which means community engagement. None of the World Heritage sites, not only in India, in South Asia, actually at that stage even thought about community engagement. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? And it was launched in Japan, Kyoto, in 2012 November. The Indian ambassador, the late Dr. Oberoi, came up to me and said, "Sala bhul gaye the Hindustan ko?" I said, "What do you mean? Where is the Indian case study?" I should go back to Hindustan and ask Hindustanis, not me, why there are no case studies. It's still the case. Last year, the World Heritage Committee met in Delhi. None of the World Heritage sites in India actually engage with the local communities, nor do they do a benefit analysis, like most museums in India. I can say what I want to say because nobody employs me in India. They can kick me out. I'll skip this slide. This is from Vanuatu. Okay, the questions that we need to ask. I had this wonderful time in Rimini. Rimini is near Bologna. About 8 or 9 years ago, before Umberto Eco passed away, he was there. We were having dinner, and we were talking about the nature of textuality. Umberto Eco, who won the Nobel Prize, brilliant scholar. And so what is the nature of textuality in the different domains? When we make curatorial statements, when we develop curatorial narratives, we need to ask the fundamental question, what is the nature of textuality? Is it an open text to be read and freely interpreted or manipulated? Umberto Eco was saying that a composition in a concert depends on the theater the music plays, depends on the conductor, depends on the orchestra. The text is the same, but how it is conducted, how it is heard is very different. So it's the same kind of situation. Are cultural rights safeguarded in the digital domain? GI is not intangible heritage. GI in the digital domain gives you that ownership in the marketplace. Even though Orissa and West Bengal went to court about Rasgulla, forgetting the boundaries were British. Do you see the false sense of nationalism that we have when we talk about these things? How can we decolonize our minds? Who interprets whose heritage? It's critical. How does one address the integration of the holistic approach to heritage in museums? How does one do it? And in all of this, I was the advisor to the Commonwealth Games in Victoria, British Columbia, more than 21 years ago. We decided that we're going to have Indigenous people from all the Commonwealth countries to perform at the opening and closing ceremony. And when we workshopped with them, Indigenous people from all the Commonwealth countries, they had two words. We want dignity, we want integrity in the way we participate. This is a Lakota woman by the sculptor Dale Lampier. So I want to finish off with this slide and then hand over to Dr. Mohanty. How many of you heard of Rosa Parks? Wow, I'm really impressed because in Australia, if you ask, hardly any hands go up. That's Rosa Parks. And I was retreating with her for the National Underground Railroad Museum in the US and the establishment of the Freedom Center in Cincinnati. That's me, the young me. work does get you down a little bit. And then, who am I sitting next to in the other photograph? Anybody? Nobody recognizes him? Bill Gates, yeah. This was last year. He gave a talk and I was asked to respond. And I said, you're funding millions of dollars for the dominant languages in India. What about underrepresented languages, indigenous languages? He really had no clue. Thanks to Dr. Mohanty, I was able to raise his awareness, and then he asked, how do we fund this? I said, we're giving you the humanitarian award for your work in Africa. We don't take money from you. It's a conflict of interest for us. He was shocked, because everybody goes for grants, you know. And but this is where some of the cutting edge research is being done in India, and Dr. Sushri Mohanty is leading it. I hand over to Dr. Mohanty. Can you hold it?
Thank you, Professor. So before starting it, I'm just putting the context that I like the discussion that we had now. I can not supplement it to it, but I will just explain my journey and the way I learned and still learning, making my mind decolonized, and the way I made it, or it's still in the process. I want to share it because when I joined as an UNESCO as an inclusive policy lab expert, it started asking me question, what I am going to bring into the, wherever I present or wherever I go, what thing I should bring. So then I reflect on my own journey, which started in, I can say it is 14 years of journey that I started as with the indigenous community, and if I consider my research and everything, then it will go more beyond 14 years. But with this process, I just, I'm so honored to be part of this international symposium, and many thanks to Bhavana and Katya and Arthasila, no, don't change it. And take on to provide us this platform where, yes, I'll manage it. No. For creating, bringing us together to have this dialogue of indigeneity, sovereignty, or the indigenous right that I am going to discuss. So today's presentation, as I was mentioning, it is with all my work experience till date, with indigenous community in Orissa especially, and in India. And the learning through this, what I will share, it is with shared projects and collaboration. And today's topic is indigenous people and AI, defending rights and shaping future. And this is the theme that the World Indigenous Peoples Day this year theme is this. And why we are discussing, and I think Professor Bedi yesterday, he mentioned slightly, but we have not discussed the last one day, the whole discussion that happened, but we are not raising this issue and bringing this because we may say it, we may talk about it, we may not completely ignore it. I think when I was a child, मेरी दादी एक ओडिया में बोलती थी, कहावत थी, आखी बिल्ली आखी मुझे मुझे खीरो पीऊचे, तो ताको कहीं देखो ना, देश इन हिंदी बिल्ली आंख बंद करके दूध पी रहा है, उसको कोई नहीं देख रहा. That so AI is doing its work. If we keep our eyes shut or keep ourselves outside of that, it will do its work, and it is creating a larger risk, especially for the indigenous people and their cultural rights and creativity. So my discussion in this sense, how we have to talk about it. The moment we start talking about it, the solution will come. The more we ignore it, the more challenges we are going to face in future. And this future is not for us, but for the children, indigenous children, the youth. As you look into the population profile of India, which is now the largest in the world, 50% of its population is indigenous. In the youth. And the youth is below 30 years. And how these youths are trained? That question I'm also going to address. Why it is necessary to talk about it. And in the periphery of museum setup, art and creativity. Because my learning in one sense is language, role of identity, indigeneity, and in the global platform, that AI that putting the threat on over it. That's why this presentation, as we know, artificial intelligence is no longer a distant technology. It is actively reshaping governance, education, health, environmental management, cultural heritage, and creativity. For indigenous people, AI offers tremendous opportunities as well as real risk. On one hand, if you look into the indigenous studies, in recent years, there has been a growing recognition of the need of decolonized research methodologies, particularly within the domain of indigenous studies, as dominant academic frameworks continue to prioritize textual, extractive, and Eurocentric code of study, which overshadow indigenous voices. What we do? We extract. We go to the indigenous community, we ask them, talk to them, and we extract data. We just develop data, and we analyze it with our lens, with our understanding. The role and the voice of indigenous people always overshadow. As a result, oral traditions, community-based knowledge that are central to indigenous people's cultural identity, creativity, and collectivity, that memory are often sidelined and oversimplified. We simply say indigenous people are very simple. But the complexity they have, we have to understand in that lens. We are oversimplifying the community and the culture and the whole identity, that what we are discussing yesterday, cosmology, or I think cosmography, if I am, yes, cosmocracy, thank you. It is that complexity we are trying to understand, because we are unable to understand the whole idea of indigenous knowledge. That is complex. And the more we say it is simple society, we are completely ignoring the understanding of their own way, whether it is 500, 5,000 or so many years. So in this context, why now we should talk about AI? The urgency of indigenous AI is now required, because AI, everybody is talking artificial intelligence. What is the role? How the indigenous people has their role in the AI formation, and why there is a urgency in this setup? AI adoption is accelerating rapidly, and it influences how cultures are represented, how knowledge is stored, and how decisions are made, expanding every day. One hand, AI can help revitalize endangered languages, document oral history, and create new platform of cultural expression. On the other hand, without indigenous inclusion, AI can become yet another tool of assimilation, erasing nuances, appropriating knowledge, and reinforcing old power imbalances. While these tools have potential to perpetuate colonial structures and methods of knowledge production, they can also empower indigenous communities with utilized within the culturally responsive framework. And many indigenous languages are critically endangered, as we were discussing, and we all aware about it. It is not a new topic that to discuss that indigenous languages are under threat. We all know. My language, my mother tongue is Odia, which is not a endangered language, which is a state language. It's coming under schedule, official language. But the more I engage with dominant language as an English Or sometimes Hindi is also losing it's my ground, like my own ground over Hindi is also losing. I can't speak a full sentence in my Odia language. That is the reality, even though my language, my mother tongue, is not endangered. The way I can speak in English, I am struggling with Odia, even though my schooling up to 10th grade is in Odia medium. Why it is happening? Because of my role and my presentation, because of the platform I'm getting is handicapped to place my language into that platform. Just imagine with indigenous voices, their languages, the platforms are handicapped to put their language. And we simply say, indigenous language, we can't understand, so we ignore. We put a interpreter, we put a translator, but the essence died. It's completely erodes the essence, that the knowledge that comes with the language, comes with the emotion, and comes with the comfort zone. That is the mother tongue. And we actually struggling to bring that to the platforms where we say inclusion of indigenous people, how to bring that language also. But the answer is AI is having that answer. But AI with ethical framework designed can be the model where we do not, like if you go to any UN meeting or big meetings, I think last year or previous year, when the Honorable Prime Minister was addressing in the 15th August, not this year, I think 2 years back, he addressed it with all the official language of India. The welcome was translated. Why don't we spend a little more money on this when we are having indigenous voices to engage, how to inclusive? We have to have a earphone, can translate it. We have to think about it. We have to develop mechanism not to translate. Somebody has to change over. The voice change has to be happen. Like like Chinese people or any other, like Russian, they have their own language. They speak in their own language. We don't need to, they are not using English or Hindi. So in that way, indigenous languages has not been think in that level. We still think they are garib. Whatever we want to do, we can do. So many indigenous languages are critically endangered. AI, if developed within culturally responsive framework, could be a powerful tool for language revitalization, documentation, and transmission, rather than contributing to linguistic hegemonies. So achieving, if you look into the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal, we still have that goal, and 2030 is next 5 years, requires addressing the unique challenge faced by indigenous people, including ensuring access to technology, promoting cultural diversity, and upholding human rights. So these are the issues we are keeping boundaries. Who will discuss about it? We are keeping that boundary. Whether art, humanities, social science, or any other subject, we have all our boundaries. Okay, if it is anthropology, they will talk about this. If it is art, they will talk about it. But I was surprised when I started working with AI applications. I was surprised. Science subject, especially computer science, mathematics, biology, they are so much into the indigenous knowledge system, you can't even think. It is rapid. All the universities are involving to develop AI models on base of indigenous language, or they called low resource languages. Do they have an ethical framework? No. Are there anybody talking about it? No. If we close our eyes, will that not happen? That will happen. What we will develop? How we can deal with it? What will happen to the young children when they grow up? Where they will find? Is it not a neo-colonialism in the digital world? So these are the questions we need to ask ourselves when we are dealing with indigenous people and when we are working with the community and trying to learn and how we can help each other, bringing these questions and the solution as well. That's why my question is, whose culture, who has the authority? So the central question, who decides how indigenous knowledge, language, and cultural expressions are presented in AI systems? Historically, if you look into the indigenous knowledge has often been taken, misrepresented, and commodified without consent. In my own work reviewing literature of indigenous studies, I examine many research papers, books, monographs about indigenous communities have actually authored by non-indigenous community. Surprisingly, 90% of the text exists is by non-indigenous community or more than that. AI, as we know, it's a machine. It's nothing that is going to replace human. It is a machine prepared by machine and going to help human only or us. Like a print machine that has come 1039 year by the Chinese people, and then in 1450, Gutenberg introduced actually the print. What we are seeing is a print media. So it is a print. Like AI will also be a technology that is going to help humans. But AI development is very rapid. You can't imagine just a blink of eye, it will change the whole world. So in this advancing stage, even faster space, however, the AI is trained depending on the existing content. That what I had given, the existing technique or the study about the indigenous people by the non-indigenous people. And the AI is going to train on these corpus. So what you are training to the AI, it's the colonialism that you are training in the form of neo-colonialism in the digital world. Most of us in today, we are depend on AI. You ask anything, that is giving, the answer is given by the based on this corpus. So are we addressing it? We don't have text by the indigenous community. How we are going to deal with it? Do we have a framework to deal with it? So this is why the critical question, whose culture, who decide? And to strategize, culturally responsive ethical framework that ensure indigenous voice and perspective is a very needed thing in today's world. So based on this, I will just sum up how I was addressing this work. Giving one example, I have done my work in mother tongue based multilingual education, which has received the UNESCO award in 2022, the best literacy award. That work, the way I learned with the community, the way indigenous people created their own content and been part of the learning system. But through that learning system, the recent development that I did, not actually the group, the indigenous people, and I was the facilitator. The Kuvi character set. Kuvi is one of the language, indigenous language, which is identified as endangered language, spoken both in two states of Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. And this language is dying day by day. The Kuvi character set project emerged from a long-standing collaboration with the Kuvi speakers. I have a colleague who we work together, Dr. Santosh Miniaka, who speak in that language. His mother tongue is Kuvi. So one day he came and said, we need to do something, my mother tongue is dying. No youth, no children are interested to speak in my mother tongue. Something is we need to do. His concern was the loss of mother tongue among indigenous youth was not just about changing preference, but the result of structural exclusion from the education and the digital world. Because it was the lockdown, everything became digital. The youth and the children, they could not find that to speak their mother tongue because no platform is providing support. And the other challenge is this language is not having any expression to share its perfect positioning. No? So what solution that can be come? So instead of an external team that develop a tool or language tool for community, we adopted a participatory 3-phase approach. So what the problem came from the community. So the approach is, problem is not should be up or to down. The problem came from the community, from the speaker, that this is the problem. We don't have our voice to speak in the digital platform. In Facebook, we don't have. If I type it in English script or Telugu script or Odia script or Hindi script, it is not expressing my language. So what I will do? So what we brought a participatory approach, 3-phase approach, where decision, development and testing with the QV speakers were central, and we, who are the researcher, linguist and IT experts, were the facilitator. So the shift of dynamics from extraction to co-creation, co-honor, place community authority at the center of every stage, and this project was successful. We developed the character set, adopting 4 characters already exist, that is Devanagari, English, then Telugu and Odia. Because Telugu and Odia, both the state, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh, their state language is Telugu and Odia. All these people that we are talking about, they are youth. They have gone through the school medium, so they expose with that script. We can't introduce new script. What we did a 90 days workshop there in the campus, where 30 resource person, mean indigenous speaker, engaged in early childhood education, teacher, LMLE teacher, language teacher, experts in language, and then we got linguist from the University of Kerala University, then Usmania University, those who work in Dravidian language, because this language comes under Dravidian language. Then experts who are in the education field. We came together for 90 days to discuss what is the way out. And this is the 3-phase way out. We found that the decision has to come from the community. What should be the best option? The development, we will facilitate how to, that IT and the other expert we developed, and it was funded by Lenovo and Motorola. So the outcome was they introduced this keyboard into the mobile device. Now we can find this QV character and the language in the mobile device. Whenever you can buy, if you buy a mobile of Motorola mobile, you have a key option there, QV character. And that QV character is having 4 script. You can change it to English, you can change it to Hindi, you can change it to Telugu, and you can change it to Odia. You can use, and we added few character that is based on the language, and if I say it, it's a boring, but it is based on their phonetic and the form of their consonant and verbs. We added special character based on the linguistic periphery and the format. And the best point was the ownership. The community was having the ownership, because that format we developed. Now they will develop the corpus using that. We have no role. They will develop. So the ownership is there. The community is now developing it into keyboard, as a laptop keyboard. And they are going to patent it. So we are just facilitating how to patent that keyboard. So they have the authority. Nobody will sell them the same keyboard. You take your language as keyboard. So we are not taking that. We are trying to have the patent over that. They will have the patent and the authority, so that other can. And now they are introducing that as a language learning process. Because if you go to learn French and any other foreign language, you pay money, you pay time, you pay energy. But for a tribal language, we don't consider these things. That shows how what respect we have for the indigenous culture and language. So we have built it as a paid. Someone wants to learn it, it is not easy. You have to pay your attention, your energy and money. So it will be sustainable and the respect will come. So the community-led decision making help us. This is one approach that helps to develop QV CLDR data, which is common locate data repository. If you change in your mobile, you have to change your date, time and everything. So this information comes with their cosmological understanding. That has not been explored much, because in science field, if you look into the STEM education, you can't find indigenous language in the STEM education. In the science and chemistry, physics, biology, you can't find it. So there is no involvement. It is not that they don't have scientific terms, they have. We are not involved to understand that. So in that process, this CLDR data the community came up with a digital calendar of Kuvi, bringing all their holidays, bringing all their festivals, ceremony, everything. And we developed it as a digital calendar. All are published in Springer Nature book. The model is copyrighted by the community. So why I'm saying it, this is one example that lead to another. You just ignite and create that platform, they will make it survive and sustain in the process. This is the workshop time, what we did, just a glance. So ethical framework need to have that indigenous data. I think Professor Gala shared all the participants, the Bhopal Charter and Shillong Charter. I request, please go through that. Because that where we talk about free, prior, informed consent, which is very much necessary. That when we are taking indigenous information, when we are taking indigenous participation, what consent we are taking. It has to be properly, ethically frameworked. Or else we are not justifying. I think what Professor Gala said previously, that none of the Indian case study qualified. Somewhere we are lacking this framework. We don't think in that way, that it is openly, freely available, we will take it and then publish a book. I have seen many people have gone through the community, they have written in a manuscript their own song and they came up and translated it and copyright and published it. I have seen that. It's there, it's plenty. How we are going to address it? So this platform, when it opened, we have to talk about it. And so as already my time is out, she has already given me 3 warning. So this is my last warning. I should not take it further. Just last slide, this one. Shaping future, AI and indigenous empowerment. As we look ahead, the real question is not that whether AI will influence indigenous future or not. It is already doing. The question is, on whose term will this future be shaped? It is not the indigenous people has to be matched up. It is the non-indigenous people need to learn. When I was doing the mother tongue education, I always raised this question. India, if you take into consideration of population, whatever political reason is there, it's 9% of population. Can you find out 9% of indigenous culture is represented respectfully in the textbook? You can't find it. How we are training the minds? We are training the minds to in a derogative way. I have seen in the textbook, Odia, it comes like in the Odia textbook, it was there, geography, or it's Garib ka desh. Garib chasi ka beta. You put word Garib. The moment you put word Garib before a chasi, your mind always think agriculture is a poor culture. So you are shaping that in your mind. You have to ask, what is the content you are teaching to a student? Youth, 50% of India's population is youth. How we are training them? Are we not creating a neocolonialism in the form of the existing colonized text? So these are the questions we need to ask. So a fair and inclusive AI tool is one where technology support, not weakens indigenous self-determination. This means language vitality, using AI to create translation tools, language learning apps, strengthening STEM education, digital archives for endangered languages. Kuvi Unicode project, that what I gave, can be an example. There are a lot of examples like this, and we have to bring this into the text. We have to bring this into the classroom curriculum to learn from the positive side of this collaboration and the projects. Cultural transmission enables digital storytelling, visual tours of sacred sites, intergenerational knowledge sharing platforms that connects young people to their heritage, while also opening new pathway to indigenous artists, musicians, storytelling, and use of AI as a tool of innovative roots in tradition. Then self-determination, I think what Professor was saying, that self-esteem somewhere we are losing. Most of the indigenous children, youth, they hesitate to say they are indigenous because the self-esteem is, you can't find it. So this AI can bring it, but it has to be ethically, culturally sensitive way it has to be framed. So AI is not neutral. It's the mirror, the intention of its creator. So AI is the intention of that creator, someone who is developing it. So it's a mirror. So if we embedded indigenous leadership, culturally grounded ethics, and community-led data governance to every stage of AI development, then AI can be a tool of the empowerment rather than erasers. The future we shape together must be one where AI protect rights, revitalize language, and strengthen cultural and ecological knowledge that sustain all of us. Thank you. I'm sorry for the late.
Thank you, Dr. Mohanty. That was powerful, to say the least. It's been a great pleasure listening to both of you, your different trajectories, the expertise that you bring to the table. And I would like to start with Professor Gala, if you allow me, with some notions that I know are important for you, as you've mentioned some of them today. The matter of affirmative action, the question of custodianship over ownership, the question of indigenous sovereignty within deep ecology policies. And think about, how do we go from policy into action? How is all this implemented? So I wanted to start with affirmative action. Could you give us an example of a museum that maybe you've worked with or that you know about in which there has been an affirmative action project? I know, for example, in Bengaluru, the Museum of Art and Photography has an affirmative action project with regards to disability inclusion. But what other examples that are working can you share with us?
When I mentioned the National Museum's affirmative action program supported by the National Museum, what I didn't mention is in 1984 there was a Commonwealth government report in Australia into Aboriginal education. Until 1984, if you're Aboriginal, you could only study to be a nurse's assistant or a teacher's aide. That's all that was open to you till 1984. Can you imagine that? So this program that we set up is the first mainstream program in a Faculty of Applied Science, to go beyond assistant. You're black, so you can be a good nurse's assistant or your teacher's assistant, to go beyond that. So it was, like I said, it was funded and it was driven by new curricula, new pedagogy, as guided by elders and an all-indigenous committee, and so it worked. So that's one example.
Thank you. Can I question you further on that? I know from the experience of working in the Arctic region with the Sami people, they've been demanding for 50 years to have a Sami art museum. And this project is beginning to surface as a possibility. But the challenge of the project is that as it surfaces within a Nordic colonial structural system. What do I mean by this? There is process that needs to happen. So in Norway, when you build a building, it has to go through the Ministry of Construction. Now already there, you have to fill in forms and you have to create a project that fits the filling of those forms. So you are, from day one, contradicting so many of the vital and important principles of indigenous worldviews. Let us take another example. When you have affirmative action policy, let us say of hiring and of staff, and you're trying to bring more, say, indigenous peers and professionals into a museum and an institution. For many Sami peers, their life is very divided through the year. Particularly in the summer, they spend 3 months or so where they're foraging and harvesting. If they're then hired by a museum that will not accept this annual flexibility of time, they're already having to fix into yet another box. So there are contradictions here. How do you see them?
Well, it's very simple. I think Dr. Meena was referring to the langoti. How many of you are wearing a langoti? And we've all changed, everybody has changed, and we're all flexible. So indigenous people are also flexible. I mentioned to Katya before that from 95 to 98, I was in 94 to 98, I was an advisor to the president of the Sami parliament, Heinrich Ole Magar. And he always used to say that people always give examples of our lifestyle as preventing us. And it's like the old thing, you know, that economists used to say Indian religion is the reason why India is backward. It's the same thing, you know, sort of affirmative action means looking at capabilities and capacities, as Amartya Sen emphasizes, and work on them. And that's what we actually did in Australia. New Zealand did the same thing. US did the same thing, you know, based on the capabilities and capacities, like what is needed to work and run a museum, what are the key competencies, skills, and attitudes, what do people have, you do a gap analysis, and you develop an affirmative action program. By the way, I just want to mention, nobody mentioned Trump, but I'm going to mention Trump, because he's just announced in the last week review of the Smithsonian's museums. What his committee doesn't realize is the National Museum of the American Indian is not for United States. It's for the whole of Western Hemisphere by law. Not by the colonial boundaries of what is US, what is Canada, what's Mexico, but through indigenous perspective, centering the native universe, as they call it. And similarly with the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which he wants to review. Slavery didn't have borders. Exploitation of Africans didn't have borders. You can't say within US, this is what will be done to make America great again. What, reintroduce slavery? Trump would if he could. But I just want to say that a lot of these boundaries, a lot of these discourses of, even if you make advances, they're not understood. Trump's administration does not understand that. That's the problem. So what we need to do is, as we bring about institutional transformation, we need to make sure that we build the capacity of the so-called mainstream so that they don't go backwards. And Australia has gone backwards in some ways, outstanding in the way it engages, you know, with indigenous art and museums and so on, but not with indigenous communities. Remember the referendum I mentioned, 2023, 60% of Australians didn't want to recognize Aboriginal voice in the Constitution, which shows that what impact did museums have, what impact did art have. Are we talking among ourselves within an elite coterie, whether it's indigenous or non-indigenous? Are we making a difference? Are we raising awareness? These are some fundamental questions that we need to ask. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. No, that was perfect. I was also thinking when you were talking about something else, the question of custodianship in museums. One of the challenges I often find, especially in Western museums, is that the value, the ways in which they are promoted, is so often how big the museum is, how many square meters of exhibition space does the museum have, how many artworks are there in the collection. It's very much a sort of real estate marketing frame. And when we're talking about indigenous representation in collections of museums, and moving the paradigm from ownership to custodianship, can you talk a little bit about that? What experiences have you had?
Yeah, one is legal, the other one is moral in that context. I'll give you an example. In 1989, South Australian Museum, which has the largest indigenous collection in Australia, started returning churingas, sacred bowls that are used for initiation, back to the communities. And they were being stolen. A German art dealer was stealing them from Turkey Creek and other places in Central Australia. They fetched 9,000 Deutschmark, each wooden storyboard. And I was asked by the director of Central Land Council if I could work with the old people and elders how to look after that which is returned. Because as we say in Australian blackfellows law, If it is sacred and it's in a cache, you're initiated, you belong to the community, you know how not to touch it, how not to go there unless you're initiated. In Whitefellas law, you need to have a structure, a building, you need to have a padlock. When the padlock is broken, then you're breaking the law. So how do we deal with this? And I still remember in the Aboriginal elders kept saying, why do these white people want all these objects? They don't understand them. And what they were saying is, the boards are physical representations of initiation ceremonies. Initiation ceremonies are intangible. It's part of their intangible heritage. That's more important. So it's like, saving this PowerPoint slides and forgetting about the knowledge. That's what they're trying to refer to. So I think that the notion of custodianship and ownership, who owns whose past, is a critical question. Who has authority to be the custodian of whose heritage? There's a difference between power and authority. Power you can get through legislation, constitution, but authority is something that you have to earn. And I think that some of these questions, that like what you asked, needs to be interrogated within the context of power and authority.
And I just wanted to add perhaps to that, very recently Tate Modern in London acquired the work, which was a ceremonial work of a contemporary artist from the Cachiquel community in Guatemala, Edgar Calel. And the premise for that acquisition was actually a whole contractual re-evaluation of how museums acquire. They had to really challenge the legal department of the Tate Museum, because Edgar Calel says, yes, you can acquire my piece, but only for 10 years. After that, it goes back to the community. And not only that, he made a series of these pieces, and he had the same transactional operations with various other museums in the world. So here's an interesting example of custodianship rather than ownership. But the other thing, to be even more provocative, I want to add to this, are the reflections of a Métis scholar in Canada called David Garneau, who's written an incredible article about the idea of screen objects when it comes to collection. Thinking about Indigenous creation, which is not necessarily, let us say, the actual ceremony, but an intermediary form, which can then be collected without betraying the sacredness of that ceremonial content. These screen objects are also legitimate, and there's a history of them. That could also be another strategy.
I just want to quickly give an example from Australia. The Museum of Contemporary Art in Sydney acquired a very famous weaving collection from Manning Breeder in Arnhem Land. But the cultural agreement was that the collection legally belongs to the Museum of Contemporary Art, but the knowledge associated with it and the right to interpret and present it belongs to the Zomi community where it came from. Anyway.
Yes, we're running out of time, but I do have one question for Dr. Mohanty, because your paper was so rich, but something that stayed with me is the question of cultural misrepresentation in AI. Because AI can empower in so many ways, language revitalization. How do you deal with the fact that it also can strip away language from its place-based meaning, from its relationality with land? Language and land being together, how do you handle that?
I don't know how to put the answer into it.
Well, the same crocodile hole meeting, the old people said, culture is a map written in the land. It sums up what you're asking. But on a light-hearted note, the Japanese are very much into AI. It doesn't matter what language you present in. On the screen, it comes up in English, French, whatever. So Sebastian Salgado, very famous photographer, he was giving a talk, and he said, I am very passionate about, indigenous rights. And the AI translation, I'm very horny about AI rights. You got to be careful.
No, adding to that, actually, I was thinking of how to frame the answer. If I take the theme of this today, this session, as a museum, and when we talk about language and bringing AI into it. I went to the museum with 27 of my indigenous student, postgraduate student, to have the course, part of course museology. You know. When they entered into the museum was a tribal museum. But they are also tribal, indigenous. So when we finished our visit and we were debriefing, questions that came were, it's out of my thinking, because I never thought me as a museum element. So they were visiting as a visitor of an indigenous museum or tribal museum, being a tribe. So when they see the museum representing their culture, which they don't see or relate at their home. So one girl, she asked me, do you go to observe Rath Yatra to a museum? Rath Yatra is a culture, it's a living culture. So how do you keep it in the museum? That is the frame. Because we are not looking at, Professor was telling, intangible and tangible. We are disconnecting this thing. We can't find intangibility or knowledge, and if you detach the tangible, it is always one thing. So when it comes to AI, the AI is trained with what? It is with tangible things it's trained. We always have, the method has developed with this detachment. It is not attached. It is not wholesome. One object, if you replace that object from that place, the whole story will die. It comes with that. And that is a challenge that AI need to address. The more we get engaged, the method will develop, evolve. And that method, that the way we think that intangible and tangible things come together, then we will develop the method, how that will bring into the AI. So.
That's wonderful. I think it's a wonderful note to finish on, saying that each step makes the journey ahead. So thank you very much to Professor Gala and Dr. Mahanti for this really passionate session. And please join me in giving them a very warm goodbye. Thanks. Do we have time for a little break? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? No? So we move straight on? Very good. I'm going to introduce the next... No. Right. So then we will have 5 minutes, perhaps, to wait for our speakers to come back. Yes. Thank you. In mobilizing global indigenous worldviews. And this session will be introduced by its moderator, Alexi Glass-Cantor. Now, Alexi, over the last 25 years, has worked across artist-led spaces, public institutions, biennials, and art fairs, from Seoul to Narm, Melbourne, Gadigal, to Sydney to Hong Kong. And since April this year, Alexi has been the executive director of curatorial for the Art Dubai group based in UAE. But Alexi comes today to this conversation shaping mostly by two concurrent roles that she has had for a decade. This is her context. As executive director of Art Space Sydney and as curator of the Encounter section of the Art Basel Hong Kong, which she concluded her mandate in this year. I've asked Alexi to give a little bit of a context and introduction into how she's been working, because this is important in relation to the rest of the session and the discussion. So without further ado, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Alexi Glass-Cantor.
Okay, I'm just going to pull this down a little bit. I'm a little shorter than Katya. Good afternoon, and thank you for bearing with this afternoon. I'm going to do an introduction from up here before I sit down both with Lekha and Vivek in a moment for a more informal conversation, but the microphones are just charging, and so I'll be up here for a few moments. But look, thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and can we give a really big round of applause for getting this far? Let's just do that. Let's shake some energy out. Let's just, it's been a big couple of days, and I really appreciate everybody showing up here for Lekha and for Vivek. My name is Alexi Glass-Cantor, and I was born on the unceded lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, what is now known as Sydney, Australia. I begin here today by paying my respects to all Indigenous people, to the Indigenous people of this land, and to Gadigal elders on the lands in which I was born, past and present. I pay my respects to all Indigenous and global First Nations people here today in the room and online. These acknowledgements are not simply ceremonial. They are acts of responsibility that reflect a broader shift in cultural protocol and accountability in the cultural sector. We enter this conversation this afternoon following 2 days of extraordinary exchange, rigorous, intimate, vulnerable, layered, led by artists, thinkers, and advocates deeply involved and engaged in questions of knowledge, land, reclamation, and relation. Our panel considers a different but vital set of questions. How are Indigenous and culturally rooted practices supported, circulated, and lived with, particularly within the context of private collecting and the public realm, marketplaces such as galleries and art fairs? This panel is titled, not easily, The Role of Collectors and Art Fairs in Mobilizing Global Indigenous Worldviews, and invites us to look at not just what is collected, but how, why, and with whom. This is not a conversation about commodities. That would be antithetical. It is a conversation about responsibility, custodianship in all its complexity, relation, and ethics, particularly in connection to proximity and distance from the subject. In a time when the art world should be actively rethinking its structures, and is not always doing that, but should be undertaking that necessary work, collectors and fairs cannot simply see themselves as platforms for display. It is imperative that all platforms that support the representation of artists from diverse global contexts consider themselves as sites of responsibility, with the potential to amplify voices that have long been excluded from dominant narratives and the responsibilities incumbent with that privilege. It is a really great honor today to be speaking with Lekha and with Vivek. Lekha Poddar, my Australian accent is massacring her name, I apologize, but needs really no introduction. A visionary of the global south and global majority, hugely influential in discourse around the world. Lekha's practice, and she doesn't need an introduction, but it is really important to acknowledge who people are, spans modern, vernacular, and Indigenous vocabularies. She's worked across textiles, heritage conservation, and contemporary practice. As co-founder of the Devi Art Foundation, one of the first not-for-profit contemporary art spaces in India, she helped shape public understanding of what it means to collect, not just artworks, but how we archive, store, hold, and care for knowledge, memory, and cultural responsibility. Her support for Gond, Mudabani, and other cultural traditions sits alongside her advocacy for conceptual and contemporary practices, always led by the artist and by the ethos of long-term engagement. Let's give her a round of applause. Vivek Sehgal trained as a neurologist, and he brings a distinct lens to collecting, one informed by rigor, intuition, and precision. His collection began with early modernist and American works, but over time evolved into a thoughtful engagement and Indigenous narrative-driven and deeply culturally embedded collection of work focused on the artist's practices. What characterizes Vivek's approach is a refusal of simplification and a belief that true collecting is a process of dialogue and sometimes discomfort. And I think discomfort is really important to lean into in these discussions. Let's give him a round of applause too. All the applause from me. We'll give more applause for the artists at the end because they are the most important ones. But look, just to say, I'm going to quickly give a bit of a preface to why I'm here, and then I'll sit down for this conversation. Once I sit down, it's about you. And I was asked by Katya and Bhavna just to provide a bit of context to who I am. So look, for me, collecting is never neutral, nor is convening. Both are acts shaped by access and power. And in the context of Indigenous work, the stakes are higher still, with questions of protocol, provenance, and care necessarily shaping every moment of engagement. What today's discussion and yesterday's discussions have made clear through these panels is that when working with Indigenous knowledge, and for this discussion, working with collections, care and humility is absolutely essential, and we have to think of things as being about more than ownership, but relationship. The question is not how to include Indigenous practices in the art world, that is so pejorative, but how the infrastructures of the art world, in terms of collecting, commissioning, displaying, and convening, must necessarily be transformed by Indigenous worldviews. It is in these reorientations through kinship, respect, and responsibility that meaningful moments of relationship occur. I come to today's conversation drawing on two concurrent roles I held for a decade. In Australia as the Executive Director of Art Space on Gadigal in Sydney, and as the Curator for the Encounters Sector at Art Basel, Hong Kong, a role which I concluded in March this year, curating the large-scale installations that divided the two floors of Art Basel. It was meant to be a job for 2 to 3 years. It ended up being 11 years, and I was able to move the sector into being one focused on commissioning, primarily focusing on artists from globally diverse contexts, gender equity, and Indigenous practices, which was something I really wanted to do in the context of Art Basel with an audience of 100,000 people in 5 days, and the ability to demonstrate how we can hold space with care for the representation of diverse practices and foreground inclusion and principles of equity. I think whenever you get a job, it is your job to go into that role listening and learning, but to think about the space you need to hold in order to be led by artists and their practices. And social, cultural, and political transformation comes from always remembering that you must listen and shift and must alter. You must work within the conditions of the institution to create space that shifts, that you never fix on what you know, but you fix on unlearning what you think you know so you can make more space. In Australia's been talked about a lot and you must all be tired. But look, I do need to place myself in my position. The transformation of institutional and market structures over the last 40 years have been driven by policy and accountability. Artspace, where I was the director, was formed in the 1980s as a not-for-profit space in response to intersecting movements for Aboriginal land rights, LGBTQI+ justice, feminist activism, and cultural and political activism and urgency. When I began as Director of Artspace in 2014, the institution had never had an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander leadership representative on its board or its staff. By 2016, we had addressed that. In the 1980s, Australia saw the development of protocols that have been key for market representation of Indigenous artists through the Australia Council for the Arts, including protocols for working with Indigenous artists, which was first published in 1994 and has been updated. These guidelines have provided over 3 decades a framework for consultation, consent, attribution, benefit sharing, and importantly for artists, the right to say no. You don't have to say yes. If someone gives you an invitation that is structurally inequitable, you have the right to say no. And often people get bullied with the idea that these opportunities are limited or punitive punishment for speaking out, and there needs to be protection in place for artists who act with forms of refusal. Simultaneously, these protocols have been very important for curators, galleries, festivals, but simultaneously the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander art sector in Australia began to influence market regulation through the Indigenous Code, which was first published through the Indigenous Art Code, which was formed in the early 2000s and officially launched in 2010. This is a landmark voluntary industry code to regulate the ethical sale and acquisition of Indigenous art. This is important. Policies are only, though, as good as the people who implement them. And its aims have been to prevent exploitation, ensure transparency and informed consent and fair payment. However, it's imperfect. Today, working with Indigenous artists, whether in collections, fairs or residencies, requires, I believe, 1, free, prior and informed consent, 2, transparent contracts, 3, adherence to cultural protocols and contractual obligations, 4, equitable remuneration and accurate attribution of country, language, name and place. 5, long-term relationships over opportunistic inclusion. And these are principles I know that Lekha and Vivek share from the conversations we were having upstairs earlier. However, taking on board these principles is not automatic. These principles, unfortunately for the labour of many global Indigenous peoples, the work falls upon them, and these must be demanded. And these demands are incomplete. And as Professor Gala pointed out, in Australia we can see how incomplete they were with the failure of the referendum in Australia, and a very dismal day. Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, or ISIP as we call it in Australia, refers to the rights that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have to their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge and cultural expression, including stories, songlines, language, ceremony, design, artworks and ancestral remains. It's not about copyright law, it's about cultural sovereignty and truth-telling. And truth-telling is a very difficult thing to say in the context in which we all live and work. And that requires sitting back and being uncomfortable. The policy frameworks in Australia, particularly the Indigenous Art Code, and I really would draw you to the attention of the work of Terry Jank. If you've never heard of her, she is a Watani and Merriam lawyer, Indigenous arts lawyer, who wrote a remarkable book called True Tracks, which is a framework for shaping policy on Indigenous and cultural intellectual property. And it's really been laying a strong foundation for institutions. And if you can get a copy, it's a really tremendous book. But you know, policy is only as good as when they're embedded in institutional practice. And for me, that's in the minutiae. Institutions don't change with content, they change in their administration, in how they manage their bureaucracy. And it's really boring to say, but whatever you put at the front has to be matched by what you do at the back. Are you paying your people? Are you structurally inclusive? Are you open to admitting when you're wrong? Can you say sorry? These are really important structural ways of thinking about how you work in the space of representing and collecting the work of Indigenous artists. And this is in contracts, in travel, how we write emails, in how we build collections, or how we are willing to adapt. So within my role as a curator for Art Basel, I'll just quickly finish off. I worked with the Art Basel team over 10 years to show the first Aboriginal artist from Australia that had ever been presented in the 50-year history of Art Basel. I presented 9 projects over 11 years, beginning with the Wiradjuri artist Brooke Andrew. I'm not going to describe or illustrate those projects today, but my final day working for Art Basel on the 26th of March this year was the first Aboriginal-led language program hosted by Art Basel in its 52-year history, with an artist, Pedro Wanameri, a knowledge holder from the Tiwi Islands, a community of 500 people across the Arafuna Sea, which you reach in a 4-seater plane. A most remarkable man, and he sang and spoke. And the public program was supported, and I worked with the teams at Art Basel to step back and readjust their expectations of how these panels are held, to hold space for Indigenous language, and to hold space for Pedro to lead in a way that felt right for him. And it's really important that we structurally, as institutions where we can, we adjust ourselves. We don't say, I insist, I tell you, you must. We have to say, I'm here, I will support, I will listen. I will step forward, as is required, to make sure that the support is there structurally to scaffold what you need to do. So look, at Art Basel, we worked on everything, developing proper cultural briefs for every project, covering attribution, naming, pronunciation, place names, consent for images. Childcare is really important. Thinking about travel requirements for the elderly, thinking about when people need to bring people from their community with them because they can't singularly hold or represent the knowledge of their community, that the knowledge is shared and held by groups. Understanding flexibility is really critical. Art fairs are intense spaces and rarely safe for artists. They are loud, transactional, and extractive. But they are really important in the way in which they bring people together to encounter the works of artists from places they may not have the privilege or opportunity to visit. And the advocacy that is then incumbent on the gallerists, or those people who are representing those artists and collecting those works, to show up and speak with ethics and dignity about the works they are presenting and showing in these contexts and spaces. So I think introducing things like artist text, QR codes, translated materials, small but meaningful things make a difference. And we have to remember that change begins with incrementalization. So, panel, hi. I'm going to come sit down with you. But look, these are powerful platforms. And you know that because you have been engaging with them for so many decades between yourselves. And what I've asked for you today is to speak about the things that people can't find out about you on Google. They've heard you speak a number of times, Lekha, in this region, but you have stories to tell. And Vivek, you have many stories to tell. So I've asked you both today to not talk about, to begin this whole conversation with a premise that collecting is personal. We can't get up here and present a pedagogical position on collecting. We must speak about how collecting is personal and how it has changed and altered and shaped you both, and how the processes of the encounters you've had through the artworks in your collection have altered you, and how you've had to reckon with transformation and change yourself. It's not one way, it's reciprocal. So within that, I asked you each to identify 3 images only that you would speak to about a formative early acquisition or exhibition, a work that reflects an evolution or shift in your understanding of your collection, and a work that has challenged or transformed you. And I've asked you just to speak really frankly, not from the playbook, about how you began collecting and what has shaped your early instinct or influences, particularly in relationship to your commitment to Indigenous communities and advocacy. Just that. Let's begin. Within that, Leka, can I begin with you and your presentation? Do you want, I can sit here, you can sit in my seat and I'll sit in the middle, and then you can see. Do you want me to help?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, Katya. Thank you, Bhavna, for giving both Vivek and me an opportunity to just, how should we say, go through a small part of the journey that has been involving. I will not say that this is indigenous art. I think when we started to buy art from what I now call the living tradition. We used to call it folk and tribal. That's all out of the window. I think it's a very colonial term. These are living traditions. They are not gone. The artists who produce it live in the communities where they are. They are also, I mean, maybe they started to do very traditional subjects when they started, but they're seeing a different world around them, and they're changing. They're also showing what they see around themselves. So that's the way I sort of approach this idea of the living tradition art. I was privileged that I was in Delhi. We have an institution called the Craft Museum in Delhi. The director there was somebody who was a friend, and off and on he would call me up and tell me that, come to the museum because such and such artist has come. So this is one of them, I'm just saying, who Dr. Jain called me up and told me, he said, come and see this guy's work called Kalam Patwa from Bengal. These are traditional paintings which they do, so-called in front of the Kali temple. These were being sold and things like that. But this is a traditional form, and they've all moved on. Unfortunately, since we have only 3 slides, I can't show you the transition of where he's moved to. But okay, so the story is that that you go into the museum, you're buying works that Kalam is showing you. You'll buy 5 works like this, 7 works like this, 10 works like this. After that, you can't keep turning around and saying, yeah, just keep on producing the same stuff. You come here, I'll buy it off you. Yes, there will be, of course, other buyers also who are coming in and buying. But I just sort of, I love this idea of having a conversation with the artist. And I got into a conversation with Kalam, and I said, okay, how many more do you expect me to buy of similar works? And he kept saying to me, he said, so what should I do? So I said to him, you know what, you live in Calcutta. You work in Calcutta. You see the ambassador car as a taxi there, which is still running as a taxi in Calcutta even today, although the production of ambassador cars has stopped. My family used to produce the ambassador cars, so I had an attachment to it. I have an attachment to it.
Everyone does.
And I said, why don't you do something with the car as one motif of your which they incorporate in their artwork. So he would use these people, you know, what would they call them? I mean the sahibs and the so-called the Bengalis, they gave them babu. The babu and the maid sahib kind of a thing. They were sitting on top of a car, you know, in the middle of traffic. And the Bhadralok, yeah, the Bhadralok, really. So wonderful works he sort of produced, and of course made them specially for me. I don't know if he continued making similar works for other people, because I just kept saying, I said, you know, that why don't you push yourself to making some new sort of artworks. This was a kind of a sort of, I'm not saying a conversation I had with everybody, but yes, with quite a few of these artists. And at that point of time, in the 1980s, 90s, even early 2000s, Crafts Museum was really a haven to meet wonderful living tradition artists. It's now the artists who come there, they are sort of bound by government contracts and this, that, and the other. But I think in those times, I don't know, Venkat is sitting here, but did they have a contract or did they not have a contract? But they might have had a contract, but really the cream of the then that generation of living tradition artists were invited to come and demonstrate their little sort of cubicles there in the Crafts Museum, and they would be demonstrating there. They'd be there for a month. We could all go see them, see what they were doing, how they were working. Very often we had the privilege of even commissioning right there. To say, you know, try and do something new. And they would. One of his friends, Ramesh Thikam, similar story, you know, I mean, I just turned around and said to him, I said, okay, come on, I've had 1 cow, 2 cows, how many more this thing? And I went out and I gave him a canvas, because he was already painting on small canvases, this thing. So I gave him these large canvases, and I said, okay, try your hand, but do one. Because suddenly to go from a small scale to a very large scale is not easy also, and you might be just making it, you know, sort of making a hash out of it. I think I had literally gone out of the Crafts Museum. I get a call within about a couple of hours. I have done one work. Will you come back and approve so that I can do the others? I said, oh my God, this is really amazing that, you know, I mean, that they can work so fast and suddenly change the scale of their work. I mean, on a small piece of A4 size paper, he was making like 3 cows, 5 cows, 1 donkey, 1 something. And suddenly I gave him a canvas and I said, 1 animal. Don't please make too many of them, because otherwise it just becomes a mishmash of it. I mean, and in a couple of hours, he changed the scale. So I think I was very privileged to be in Delhi at that particular point of time. We had ever so many artists come by. We interacted with them. I'm still in touch with most of them. Yeah, I get into conversations with them every now and then.
I'm going to go to your next slide. I think you're touching, if you could help me with the slides, that would be great, thank you. I think you're touching, Leka, on the importance of that interpersonal at the beginning, but also the role that institutions play, like the Craft Museum, and how the Craft Museum has changed over time in the context of Delhi, but being fortunate through Encounter to be able to engage in a space of trust with the artist, where you could actually think about commissioning or exchange or how new work is created and how to support that process of production. And then I think it's interesting because for you, I imagine in that process of having those dialogues and that exchange, this next question, which was about, tell me about a work that represents a shift or an evolution in your understanding of your own relationship to the idea of building a collection or opening an institution altered.
Yeah, so I think my son and myself, we started the Art Foundation in 2005, and that was because generation before that, if we can talk of, Hussain, Raza, Souza, and all of them, yes, of course, they made sculptures, they made toys, they made all kinds of different things. But the next generation, Subodh Gupta, Bharti Kher, Atul, Anju Dodia, Jitesh, and all of these, I mean, they were making installations, they were doing video art, completely new mediums of art. The art practice had new mediums, which was quite exciting. I did not understand this initially, but my son had just come back from studying abroad. He met some of these artists. He started to buy their works. I was a little diffident because I really couldn't understand all of this. We came from a generation where paintings, photography, and something on the wall was really what it was. But very quickly, I sort of started to go to these exhibitions and adapted. I mean, my eyes adapted to all what that was going around. We started to buy works of the younger artists. I think it's also at the time of liberalization in India. And people from all over the world started to come, whether they were in business, whether they were curators, collectors, museum directors, and all of these people. Gallerists who had done shows of these younger artists would do the show, and as it would be correctly, the show would be packed up in storage or whatever it is. If it's sold, it's sold. Otherwise, the stuff is lying in storage. If people wanted to see contemporary art in India, where would they go? So everybody, all our gallerist friends, would direct them to our home. And we were rather perplexed initially to say, what's going on? Why so many people being directed to our home? Why are they coming here? What do they want to see? And of course, yes, we would take them around, host them, show them the art that we had bought, but we never realized that this was really particularly important. And this goes on for a couple of years, and then we realized that no, I mean, what we have here is important, and why should this now be a privilege for only the people who can come to our home to be able to see this art?
Can I ask you a question just for a moment? How did you become aware through the opening up of your home and taking people on these tours that you were beginning to take on a role of advocacy and speaking and representing these artists in their context? And how did that kind of awareness sort of shape and inform your relationship to the works you were living with in that moment of kind of crystallizing the idea of opening a public space?
So if you're doing this for 4 or 5 years, I think you get an idea of, that something is happening.
Yeah.
And we really did not understand how to make this a public institution. We were aware that if you open a museum, it's a really hard job to have a curator, deputy curator, this department, the other department, and all of that. I mean, the basic rules of opening a museum is not easy. We didn't want to get straddled by getting into the whole, organization.
The bureaucracy of a museum,
and
yeah.
this, that, and everything. So we thought of an idea, how do we go about this thing? So we said, okay, to start with, let's open a foundation. That's easy, because you don't have to be adhering to 2 exhibitions a year, then entire support staff, this, that, and the other. And then we came up with the idea that if you're doing this, the collection will continue to grow and it'll be the same. But how are we going to tell different stories? How much can we curate out of this? It's not possible for us. You're involved with the whole collection process, and to bring in a different eye, you need somebody else to tell a story from the collection that you have. And it was not a small collection, it was a decent sized collection, only growing. And we also concentrated on South Asia. So it was interesting for people who, so we really just sort of decided that for every exhibition that we would have, there'd be a different curator. And they could be academics, they could be critics, they could be artists, they could be graphic designers, they could be young students, they could be, whatever would be the interesting combination at that particular point of time. So we started with Diksha Nath, who's now become a celebrated curator. She came straight out of Goldsmith College. She was, I think, 25, 27 years old. We had a collection of important works by the then leading artists of like Subodh Gupta, Bharti Kher, this one, that one, all of them. And she said to us that, no, I'm not going to do an exhibition of all these major works, which is what everybody would expect us to do, expect anybody to do when they do an inaugural show. She said, I'm going to do still and moving images only from the collection. So that was like an eye-opener for us also, to say that, yeah, why should you put out only the blockbuster pieces that you have in your collection, to let the world just see that? But what about all of this other stuff that we also have, whether they're videos, installations, photography, and things like that. So that was a very, very interesting beginning. And subsequently, we've done about 22 exhibitions, of which about 7 or 8 have been on textiles, which have been curated by 2-3 people only. But the other 17, 18 shows that we've done have been curated by different people. So we've had artists, we have had critics, we've had this is of course, and then we had also a show that we did on called the Vernacular and the Contemporary. Annapurna Garimale had just come back from Columbia University. She had just finished her studies there. She was interested in the living tradition arts, and we requested her to do an exhibition. This is 2009. The exhibition culminated in 2010. There was about 2 years or 3 years, 2 years of research and commissioning. She invited artists from all over India, living tradition artists only from India, gave them something called a dream project, and there was an open call, 300 applicants, which she whittled down slowly to about 70 to 75. Most of those 70 to 75 artists were, no, not most, all of them were pretty much commissioned. Some works we already had in our collection, which she wanted to use for the exhibition. So the idea was to push boundaries, as we did. Here is Bhaua Devi, Madhubani artist, who made these snakes on canvas, which actually float up on the ceiling.
That's so beautiful.
So a lot of works were commissioned. I mean, I would say 99% of the works were commissioned. It took us over 2 years. We did an exhibition which we used to do one in 6 months. This took us 1 whole year. So we did 2 separate exhibitions of the vernacular, what we then call vernacular and the contemporary, of 75 artists.
I think it's so beautiful to just hear, and I did ask you a very difficult task to just show 3 images, but to tell that story of how you went from that process of engagement with the Craft Museum and seeing work and collecting work of a particular kind to building the capacity to be able to commission an exhibition over 2 years with more than 70 newly 99% commissioned works, and the protocols and investment and the patience and the time to undertake and to support that kind of methodology, and also your own understanding within that of the shift of language from vernacular to living tradition, that language matters, that what we call things and name things matter as institutions. And so that shift in and of yourself within your own institution is such a critical one.
A shift?
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is a shift.
This is a shift from a vernacular to a living tradition. And in the Madhubani, I think snake worship is a very, very important part of their ceremonies. And when we asked her to do something, which could be really contemporary with snakes, Yes, we of course had conversations with her. It's not that she came up with the idea, but it is a tradition that belongs to them. I think we've all the while we wanted to tell a story which belonged to the communities. So I think there's one before this, which is this one. It's a globe, and if you just see that, that's their tradition, Bali artist. And Annapurna wanted to do something which was suspended. It was not working. This artist, Amit Tumbare, he said, no, okay, I'll paint the globe, but I want to paint, where the ships are sailing. I think there is a part of this, or there's another one that we have, in which there's a bridge and people are falling off the bridge. I think it's not this one. No, here, you can see it. The cars are falling off. The cars are in this ocean. Yeah? Some falling upside down and everything. And this was a very funny story. So ultimately we settled on trying to get a globe made. Amit said, yeah, I'll do this. Now, to get a fiberglass globe made would have taken us a couple of months to get it correct. We had no time. I think the exhibition was coming up in the next month or month and a half. We were running against time. And I came up with the idea that, how about using the gym ball? So I bought one, took it. Amit at that point was at the Crafts Museum. So he was going to be there for the whole month. And I took this ball to him and I said to him, do you think you can paint on rubber? Because the gym ball is a rubber ball. So he said, I'll try. So then he took out the thing, tried out, and I said, but obviously he had to use acrylic colors and things like that. Then we decided that we'll pump the ball up. I left it with him. I said, you try. It works, it works. It doesn't work, we'll have to think of something else. And lo and behold, in a week's time, I get a call. He said, come and have a look. And this is what he produced. So it's been great. It's been really a lot of fun, and it's been sometimes a little challenging. We have had many challenging works in the collection, but it's been really an amazing journey, and I am still in touch with most of the artists, and it's lovely to be in conversation with them, hear their story. But I think Anubhav is here, isn't he? Where are you, Anubhav? Yeah, there he is. He did an exhibition on, was it your exhibition, Venkat? Which had the harmonium? Somebody who, there was Ram Singh's exhibition, which I got an invite of his this thing, where there's a donkey, I think, playing a harmonium in the Gond art tradition. And I just thought that was fascinating. I called up Changar Singh Shyam, who was who was the leader of their sort of tradition of art. He, of course, was no more. I called up his son. And I said to him, ma'am, I've just seen this image, this is fascinating. But there's a donkey face playing a harmonium, this thing. I said, why don't we do something where we can have a counterpart to this? And he said to me, what would you like, I said, maybe something European, maybe like an orchestra or something like that. And I started to have a conversation with him, and then he heard me out. And then he says to me, okay, I'm going to tell you what is our story. And then he proceeds to tell me a story, and I don't know, Venkat could verify this, but like in a jungle, there are all these animals who are standing there. They're going to have a local election, and they're all the animals, including a peacock. Venkat, is this a correct story? Yeah? And there has to be an election, and there's an owl standing for the post, and a peacock, peahen. And the peahen says, I have to go and fix myself up. And then she disappears, and by the time it's taking too long, the others get irritated, and they elect the owl as the commissioner or whatever it is of that time. I don't know if it's a correct story. Something like that. It was a story like that. He said, but you know, in our tradition, that's the story. And I said, wow. I said, I'm going to come back to you. We're going to work on this, your story, and we'll try and do something completely new about this. I haven't still got back to him, but yes, that is something that I will certainly do with them.
And I think that's a really good place, because it's really those conversations you've had through time with artists where you've had to course correct, or you've had to kind of absorb that the story that you thought the story was is not quite the story.
Yeah.
And that these stories kind of shift in relationship to your position and relationships to artists and to community through time. And that's something that you've really invested in through the work and collecting that you've been doing. And Venkat, coming to you, can we go to Venkat's first image? That's sometimes my brain.
So,
My
you know,
brain.
it's interesting because, like Mrs. Pola said, it's a living, breathing, evolving.
You might just need to put your microphone on. I'll do it for
Oh
you.
my
And
God, I can't do anything.
No, that's right. I'll get your name right.
So it's like I said, it's a living, breathing,
You just need to hold it up.
evolving. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just hold it.
Living, breathing, evolving tradition, and I don't think it's indigenous. I don't think it's vernacular. I think it's Indian. It's this mad country that we live in, which is Bharat, and it's India. And to give an aside for this, it's also intergenerational. So it's better to deal with the living artists who need you now than wonderful artists that you can name drop. For example, a Hussein on your wall. However, one of those fortunate, lucky people who has walked through Mrs. Podar's house, behind a door somewhere that she'd forgotten were 3 little paintings, not even 6 inches each, which were the most beautiful flowers that I've ever seen. I'm a huge flower fanatic, whether it's Georgia O'Keeffe or it's Mithu Hussain. And I asked her very diffidently, who's this artist? And she said, it's this one man from Jaipur. And I'm a researcher. So, and as I have nothing better to do than Google, I researched him, found out about him, found 100 other things. And it just so happened a patient and a friend of mine is an art dealer, an American guy who saw the light and moved to India 50 years ago. And he knew this guy in Jaipur who just died. But I don't mention it for this gentleman who just died, who's a master. I mention it because I connected with his son about 3 weeks ago. And, you know, he's a 22-year-old boy who is now trying to paint. And he can either sell everything that he can copy of his father or develop his own style. And that's where gallerists come up. So, for example, I go by house, and my mom's house in the middle is this place for free tea, which is Ojas Art Gallery. And I was just walking around, and they're coloring paper. And I couldn't understand, but I'm very nosy. So I'm like, what are they doing? They're taking tea and coloring the paper with the tea stain. Because one of the indigenous artists, they liked her black and white work, but their curator felt that would do well in sepia-toned water. So this gentleman, who's 22 years old, showed me 200 works. 100 of these were his dad's. 50 of these were let's call it a homage to his dad. They were terrible. And there were 50 of his works, out of which 20 showed his promise and his direction. So to me, it's not indigenous, it's not vernacular, it's this living tradition. It's how my grandmother celebrated Diwali, is how Jangar, or let's say Varli, had their festival. And you can live and breathe and say, Jivya Some Mashi from here to eternity, or you can see the Vaideya brothers And I saw this painting last week at someone's gallery who didn't want to sell it. And I said, well, you know, it's a Varli painting, but they've got their whole tradition wrong. They don't know what they're doing. You know, why are there skyscrapers everywhere? Well, because these artists are living next to Mumbai, or Bombay to me, which is full of skyscrapers. So they're using the white lines, they're using the seed, the varal, they're using the stick, they're using everything and making Bombay. So I think, for example, my first slide, is that mine? Oh, that's my last slide.
Oh, come again.
Anyway, this is the,
Let's go to his
the
first
first,
slide.
yeah, so that, the first one. Sorry, next, oh boy. Yeah, no, again, one more.
No,
Yeah, so this is one of the artists who is a living, breathing legend who died last year with the Padam Shri. And you know, honestly, wonderful. You know, there's Sita Ji, there's Langurs, there's this and that. But it's in the past. Let's go to the next slide. Now, next one, please. Now, we have the artist who made this in the audience. And he's taken the past, and again, I don't want to speak for you, but what any art does to me, whether it's here or it's in the US or it's Australia, this is very primal. It's either Tantra or the male spirit or the yoni or the female spirit, and they go together. And with that, he evolves two different generations. And because he's living, alive, and can teach me and work here, I want to get to know him. And he's changed, and he changes me, changes everything. And one of your questions to me was, what was the first painting you bought? Well, nothing has really changed. I was an intern at University College of Medical Sciences, and my first salary was 1,000 rupees. And I was at Cottage Industries, and I saw these two paintings that cost 3,000 rupees. So, you know, I did the math, and I felt I could afford them. So I went home and borrowed 3,000 rupees from my mom and bought them. She says I never returned them. And last year, she's 87 and retired. I bought so much art one week that I had no money to pay my taxes. And I borrowed money again from her. So that is my collection. But let's go to the next one. And again, so this next painter is also, is Ram, sorry.
Yeah.
Go to the next one to this? Yeah, so no. Okay, let's go. Anyway.
Which one?
Well, you know what, doesn't really matter.
No.
So this is another living artist who, Urveti ji, who is, you know, he is living, he's fantasizing, he's mythical. To me, I love the naivety, but it's also very sophisticated when you get to know it, of tribal, vernacular, storytelling traditions. It's the same thing that my Nani told me when she read the Gita to me. It's the same thing that someone in Gond did. It's the same thing that an American Indian mother did or grandmother did. It's their living traditions. So this one, for example, this gentleman is now of a new generation. He's trained, he's learned different techniques. He's gone back to his village to teach. He's looking at fantasy, he's looking at allegory, he's looking at all variations of things. This could be India, this could be Australia, this could be Maori, it could be anything. It's nature, right? It's the seasons, it's nature, it's celebration, it's death. So that to me is very important as a collector. And honestly, you know, and I think this kind of art is here. It's within all of us. If you all go back to your homes and you talk to your cook or your maid or your mother or your grandmother, they'll make the thing for holy for you in a certain way. They'll do that. I think all that is together, and it's actually very much India. I mean, that's my perspective.
I think within that, I mean, the questions of ownership are really complicated.
You don't own them.
You can't own.
So these paintings are owned by this gentleman who made them.
Yes.
I'm a custodian.
Yeah.
I should have some gratitude that I have them. And I'm also a hoarder, so which is bad. So people need to see them. So you have to take it from him, do something with it, and maybe pass it on if it's for someone wants it or sees it or learns from it. One ambition that I had, which I'm not sure I could do, is actually get all these people together and all these stories together and do a book in about 2 or 3 parts, but not a coffee table book. Not something with pretty images that lies in every Delhi socialite's house, because now tribal art is fashionable. But an art where every art student, 8th grade, 10th grade, 12th grade, college, would actually study it. All these stories are gone. I have a friend called Mitch Kreitz, he's 80.
he has spent a lot of time with different artists going to these little villages. Lekha's gone to 1 billion of them. Jyotindra Singh, all these people. The next generation, 2 generations removed, have never met half these people. How can I talk about Jangar Singh Sham? I don't know the stories on Jangar Singh Sham. I just see this painter who's well known. So someone has to write this book or edit it or something in which they talk about him, they do interviews with people, and that's what they do all over the world, right? Otherwise the stories will be lost.
Well, I think this is the thing, right? And there's plenty of people in this room. There's a number of really incredible scholars in this room who would be well positioned, like our speakers yesterday, to write that book. And the thing that those people need for research and to record stories and to document and to be embedded with the community is investment and philanthropy. And I suppose the role of collectors in the philanthropic space and the role that you have to take on in terms of your responsibility for being on boards and for then supporting equitable inclusion and representation, but also how do you invest as philanthropists in supporting scholarship or public programming, not just exhibitions, but not just showing the work, but how do you support that research that actually helps to foreground and contextualize and support the voice of the artist in a way that has self-determination?
It's tough. I tried to get one wall at a small museum in Chicago. I won't name the name. And it's been 2 years. They bought the works from a couple of the artists that Lekha and I've shown. The stuff is lying. They love it. They've chose it out of, there's a gallery guy here who won't sell me the painting because that museum wanted it. So Oja sold it to her. And it's lying in the basement. We paid for the wall, and it's not their thing. We talked about the book. They'll only publish it if I give my entire collection to them. And 2, it's published by them. So who takes ownership of this? If those things come up, and like the Santosh Kumar Das has come up, I think the artist has a right about how he wants to show them. So I'm showing them with a contemporary artist. But don't you think it's his right?
And I think that distance that exists, which is the question at the beginning of this discussion, which is the distance between things, between the subject, between the context, between the collection, between the institution, and how do we actually think about the way in which we travel and support the distance between things without co-opting, without suppressing, without speaking for others, but supporting self-determination. And I suppose, Lekha, with your collection, how do you think about traveling the distance with where the collection has been to where it is now and where you want it to go in the future?
I'm really thinking about it, but I think one way is, as everybody has been talking about, technology. There's something that one has to do. Of course, you archive it, you can make it digital and whatever it is. But those stories which Vivek is talking about, which everybody who is in this room, who are the artists, who own those stories have to be told. And somehow we have to get to, we just have to get this. I don't know how, but maybe it will be a collective process, because no one person can actually do this all by themselves.
No.
If Vivek decides that, he wants to interview a couple of the artists who are there in his collection, he wants to hear their stories, he wants to record that. I want to do that with other people that I have in collection, with the other people, Anubhav could do something, but all the others who are sitting around in this room who are part of this whole ecosystem, if we all get together to say, and I feel it's not something that should burden us. It should be like a digital platform, whatever that kind of a platform can be, I don't know. And if these stories are uploaded onto that, it is accessible then hopefully to the world. Unlike what Vivek has gotten to, where he's gone and got a wall and then not putting up the works,
a fantasy
which they
wall.
like. Which the museum likes, and they're not going to put it up till he doesn't get the whole collection. Why?
Yeah.
There'll be thousands of people who will be, I'm sure, happy to participate in some way or the other. People, Amit is another friend of mine, Amit is sitting here, he has so many stories, he knows so many artists, he meets so many people. And this way, the Mandira is sitting there. They work with artists. And there'll be lots more people, not only people who are in this room, but around the country. And I hear there are lots of people, actually even abroad, who have large collections, of the living tradition art in this thing. People who've been diplomats, people who've gone away, now they're aging, now they want to sell it, the children are not interested in it. Selling is one part of it, but what is the story? I think that is the most important legacy that any one of us will be able to leave behind if we can record those stories. I mean, what Venkat has been, and he seems younger, this is where it all started from. He's been his colleague. Many other people here have been colleagues of other artists. They work with 3-4 people together, and starting from, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not missing, of course, the Kalighat paintings were made since, for a long time. But other things were happening. 70s, 80s. I don't know if, in fact, Amit and I were just talking about a gentleman who was called Mr. Bhaskar Kulkarni, who started. I think the change came in the living tradition art when the things moved from walls and floors to paper.
Yeah.
From doing the very traditional things that they had, which was their norm, which was part of their tradition, the part of their culture, part of what they did in villages. And suddenly when they were given paper, that just opened a whole other mind of these creative people.
But do you think...
And that story is just, I think, absolutely incredible story. And I don't know, do you all know the Jivya Shom's story, Jivya Mashe Shom's story? If I'm not wrong, I'll just relate it in a minute or so. Varli is actually a woman's tradition. And it is only, I think, in the 1970s, when Jivya Mashe Shom lost his parents. He was orphaned. There were 2 other children. Both of them ran away. They left the village and left. He was 3 or 4 years old. He was left, the local women then started to take care of him. As I was saying, that the tradition was that, there'd be these small mud-baked houses or thing, and symbols would be created with rice paste on them. So he was asked that, because he was a kid, he was told that, it was a woman's domain, men were not allowed. But this was a young child. So these women said, okay, come in and hold the coconut shell in which the rice paste is. So from age 4 or 3 or 4 or whatever it is, he did that till age about 14. And I believe then he turned around and said that, no, I'm now going to paint myself. That completely changed the entire tradition of Varli painting from being women-dominated to today it being men-dominated. That one young person changed it all.
About the storytelling traditions, it's very, very important that we don't lose them.
No.
And so much of that is being lost before our eyes. So many of these masters are here or gone. Jodhaya Bai passed away a year and a half ago. So many stories have gone, like language, Now the issue is not only, in my opinion, and in my other profession, I'm a low IQ doctor, and we have lots of very, very big books, thousands and thousands of pages. Like I have this one book, which is lying in my car because no one wants it. It's a 9-volume set of blood vessels in the brain. So it's a classic. 7 volumes that fill the trunk of my car that I can't give away to someone and I don't have the heart to throw, which is written by 100 different people. And it's edited, it's done, the whole thing. So not only do I think this book has to be written in India, it also has to be written in the language. The stories have to come in their language and then has to be translated by AI or whatever, because the nuances go. So when Varli was being done by women, then it was done by men, and now these crazy people are doing amazing things with Varli. which will keep it alive. But that original white rice thing, or the cow dung, and what it means in Hindi or whatever language, you lose a nuance. Like, you know what? I came here today and I saw my favorite food. I eat that favorite food all through residency in Chicago.
Yeah.
Tastes awful, but I ate it anyway, samosas. But you can't get a, this is average samosa, but for America, it's one of the best samosas in the world. So you have to do it in India. You have to do it with their language and their traditions.
And I think at that point, I am aware that time is short and Bhavna is looking at me. But if anyone has a question as well, I just want to flag if anyone has a question, because we will have to finish in a moment. But I think to that point that these versions of events are not one version, and that things are contested and contradictory and complex. And anything that gets written can't be written from one perspective. It has to be written from multiple. And yesterday, talking about polyphony and talking about multiple and complicit and contradictory and difficult perspectives, because people see history from their experience and their perspective. So how do you shift and move in order to be able to hold the space for the fact that the story you think you know is not the one? And from this room, these conversations are only as good as the things that come from them. You can sit in a room and talk for many, many days, but it's really about that act of co-creation that can exist between both philanthropy, collectors, institutions, scholars, artists and writers that can support not one version of events. And I think that's a really important place to be thinking about in terms of this knowledge. Is there any questions, or do you have something?
That's exactly what it is. The stories have to be the artist's stories. It doesn't have to be your story.
It must be.
Then only will it be authentic.
Yes, down the back. Can I give you a microphone? I just as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there is someone in this room who has actually worked very closely with Jivaji and perhaps can say something about him, who is, huh?
Would love to hear that.
Yeah, and also that women are still practicing Varli. His own mother, Ladki Devi, is a wonderful practitioner.
There are few, of course there are, but very few. And I think, I know Ramesh ji's mother paints. There is another one who is of a Christian tradition, who also paints. There are, but very far and far apart.
And they don't often get to travel, and so they can't occupy some of the spaces that men can. But they do very much, in the village, and there are women practitioners.
Yeah, I'm sure the Kovar Ghar still exists in the villages, which is where they traditionally work.
Is it Rajesh who's going to speak? Yes. Please.
नमस्ते मैडम, मैं जीवाजी से बहुत करीब रहा हूँ और इसके साथ बहुत काम किया हूँ। जैसे बचपन से इसके साथ और मेरी माताजी के साथ चौक लिखना, और ये अभी भी चावल का आटे से मेरा अनुभव के घर चावल का चौक है और अभी भी बनाया हो। और हमारे बहुत सारे काम जीवाजी के साथ हम जैसे करीब 15-16 साल तक इसके साथ काम किया है और अभी भी हमारा काम चालू है। जो हमारी परंपरा तो लेडीज सुवासिनी का है, पर हम लोग अभी ये काम जेंट्स कर रहे हैं। तो जीवाजी के साथ एक उसका अलग अनुभव था कि उसका बहुत कम बोलते थे और उसका जो भोलापन था वो हम लोगों ने सीखा है कि कितना ज़्यादा बोलने से नहीं, पर जो इसका जो भोलापन है वो करने से आ जाता था। और वो हमारा जो जीवन है जीवाजी और हम, वो नेचुरल के नेचर से ज़्यादा संबंधित है, इसीलिए हम लोग पेंटिंग में वही आता है। और अभी जो हम लोग जो कर रहे हैं कि नया नया कुछ जैसे बिल्डिंग्स है, ट्रेन है, ये तो लोगों का एक नया कुछ नया काम होना चाहिए, इस तरह से हम कर रहे हैं।
मेरे ख्याल से हर जनरेशन के साथ में नया कुछ ना कुछ होएगा ना। जो आज के बच्चे जो देखेंगे वो अपना बनाएंगे। आपने जो देखा है वो आपने बनाया है, जो लेडीज ने देखा है वो उन्होंने बनाया है। आज जो जनगढ़ ने शुरू किया था, मैंने कि हर ट्रेडिशन में मेरे ख्याल से एक कोई ना कोई मास्टर रहा है।
हाँ जी,
जिसने वो ट्रेडिशन को आगे वो लेकर के गए हैं, और फिर कोई ना कोई होता है जो कि नए आते हैं, वो कोई और नया काम करते हैं। वो तो हर जनरेशन में होगा मेरे ख्याल से, जैसे दुनिया में होता है वैसे इसमें भी होगा
जी।
मेरा हो सकता है कि कई लोग एकदम ट्रेडिशन पे रहते हो, कई लोग नहीं होते, कई लोग अपना आगे करते हैं, सब तो कर रहे हैं आजकल नई तरह की चीजें।
I think, yeah, there's one more comment over there as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the vernacular or the traditional living art, as you say, is also part of ritual. So we all kind of incorporate, reflect those kind of ideas, even in terms of contemporary art.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I was just saying that the idea of the vernacular or renaming it traditional living art is extremely important, because rituals are really also traditions. Sorry, I keep. Okay. So also the other. No, I'm just saying that. Yeah. And but in terms of also looking at the Jivaji Mache's work, I got to know about it years ago, because I think Richard Long also did a collaboration with him in 2003.
Yes.
And which I think it was a really important one, because what it does, and Nagori is now doing it with another artist, traditional vernacular artist. I think those kind of incorporations and collaborations also enhances the idea of the contemporary.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not just a singular thing. It's just also part of this. Yeah.
Nothing is singular.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing is. I mean, we all interact in some way, and some things come out, and some things don't. Some things work, some things don't work, and of course, there's so much collaboration now that is going on. And it has happened. This thing. I had never met G, but I spoke to him, and going just away from the canvases that they used to make with the mud background and this thing, I said to him, I said if he would be happy to, if he would at least make an attempt to work on handmade paper. And he immediately turned around and said, yes, send it to me. I sent him 24 sheets of handmade paper, and he worked on it and he sent it back. So there were conversations that sometimes you have, some work, some don't work, and of course the tradition exists. It's not going to go away. But things will also progress. Today, at the end of this, yes, Rameshji is making his traditional work, but he's also collaborating with Gauri. That is also not taking away from his work. There could be an addition to that work.
I think the thing in this discussion and to foreground is the fact that, again, coming back to the fact that there is not one version of events, and we can't allow for the idea of how things shift through time to alter the way in which the contradictions and perspectives of history become more complicated with time. You can't simplify. Writing a book or recording a story doesn't fix something in time. It doesn't fix a positionality. And so being open to the fact in the ways in which we have to hold space for the point of departure with histories of oral tradition, with making, with connections to land, to place, to country, to culture, to ritual, to religion, to cosmology, to faith, but understanding that there are fixed coordinates, but that there are also changes, and how, as collectors, you hold space for the investment and the support that you can provide to the communities who can write and who can document, who can share and who can archive those stories is really critical. I think do you have anything you'd like to add, Vivek?
I think you're right, but I think we should call it Indian art, not indigenous, not vernacular, and none of these fancy words. But also, India is a contradiction, right? There's so many stories. What's good for Bharat is not good for India. There's two different things. So there have to be a bazillion answers to one question. And that's India, and that's art.
I think in the context of this discussion, which is Indigenous resistance, epistemologies, and beyond the normative frame of the contemporary, at some point you have to just say, actually, the version of events that matters most is the version of events that comes from the ancestors and from the communities who are connected to land, to country, to place, and to culture. And that is what must hold sovereignty. And I think, to the greater or lesser extent that we have the great privilege of engaging with the practices of these artists, I think we should give them a round of applause and say thank you for their courage in making work and standing up.
But at the say one last thing, and it is that, you know, we people, whether it's Vivek or me or whether many other people in this room, we are only collectors. And yes, as Vivek said, we are hoarders, because we buy them and we hoard them. We are not the practitioners, and we are not the academicians, or the art historians, or the storytellers.
But
we
I think,
can only help with all of that, but we are not that.
I think
the
what is,
artists are who they are, and it's their stories, and we are only on the periphery. We're not, you know, really
I think,
a big part of that. Yeah, we are a big part of the story, but we are peripheral to, if you want to make this into an academic thing, then they have to be voted. If you want, you know, some other ritualistic person who needs to interpret something, they have to be voted. If somebody is collaborating with somebody, they have to tell their story. We are not the people who are going to tell the story.
It's a remarkable position, and it's a really great privilege to be on stage with you, because what the Devi Foundation did and what you did with that space was do what is important with collections, because collections can't be mausoleums. They can't become graveyards. They can't become repositories for things that become trophies or objects. They must be living, breathing culture that has the capacity through time to encounter audiences through time. And it's an incredible job that you will both do in terms of supporting the artists through collecting their work, because that remuneration goes back to community that can support community. And yes, and I would love you to speak. Take the microphone.
Hi, I'm Anubhav. This is more of a observation / comment, and this would probably open up another chapter of discussions which would have to have its own panel. So, you know, the thing is that I would say in India we are recognizing the indigenous communities and tribes and respecting their art and their traditions, but it's not like we cannot compare it to the West or Australia in specific. Over there, the sensitivity and the development of this sector has been much more, I would say. So it would still take us time to get there. But yes, I think we have started and we are getting there. And slowly but surely we'll be there. And so we need a little bit more time, I would say, we are a very respecting culture per se. And we recognize the minorities and their own respective cultures and have a deep respect for that. But yes, to see that come out in the public space would probably a certain respect, you know, a special respect for the indigenous arts and culture, for that to come out would take a little bit time.
Yeah. And I think that's the central conceit, really. Do you want to comment on that at all, Lekha?
I think living tradition arts has come into the forefront in this country in the last 5 years, 7 years.
That's probably the art market.
No, the art market is brought it forward.
Yeah.
We people have, if I have bought, or other people have bought in this room, they say,
Maybe in the last 20 years.
no, that might be, but what I'm saying is that the awareness of a living tradition art has only come into the fore in the last 5-7 years for a larger group of people to be involved with it. Otherwise, there were always we were the rag-a-tag people, you know, 3 here, 4 there, something like that. But really, nobody paid attention to it. Now, people are paying attention to it, and I assume when they will get more involved with it and more they're saying, a lot more will happen, a lot more interesting things will happen, and already, I think, lots of it is happening already, you know. I mean, it's not this thing, and it will only grow from here, hopefully. I can only say that about what the others will do. I mean, I, in any case, am constantly in touch with quite a few of the artists. I mean, and the moment when I came to your gallery, you were not there, but Ladhabai was there. I had a long conversation with her. We sat for 2 hours, chatted, talked about this, that, and the other. So I'm in touch with them. That's my journey. I cannot sort of promise anybody else as to what journey they are going to undertake. So that's all that I can say for myself.
I mean, the good news is that the Auntie G, when I was in medical school, used to buy a Hussein, and now the Auntie G is buying a Jungard. So it's good for the artists, no? It's good for the market. It's good for the other jungles and all to make a living, experiment, pay for their kids to go to school, go to college, experiment, not be able to borrow money to buy paint, So I think it's all good.
I think the important thing with interest comes sometimes there's good intentions and there's less good intentions. And how do we make sure that, how do collectors or institutions or curators or the functional institutions that exist that benefit of presenting this work that do gain cultural advantage or cultural prestige by association, that they're not operating in a way that is extractive, and being aware of not being extractive but being legitimately engaged with foregrounding and being led by the voices of communities who create, make, and have drawn off this work through time. And so let's give a round of applause to the speakers and a round of applause to the artists. And thank you to the organisers and to Artshila, and thank you all. And thank you, Vivek, and thank you, Lekha.
Out complexity under the guise of the so-called democratic language of inclusivity, equality, and diversity, as well as assume a universalist chrononormativity key to colonial suppression. Continuing this discussion that we began earlier in the afternoon, this discussion focuses on the experiences by Indigenous artist curators and non-Indigenous curatorial positions encountering clashes and catalyzing alliances. I'd like to introduce here curator, scholar, and artist, Dr. Byung Isma Hassan, who centers Bunun curatorial practices of health that expose and heal the colonial forces at play within the frame of the global contemporary. Please take the stage.
Hi, brothers and sisters, ina nangai tu budu Byung Isma Hassan, thank you sha takau jindo bunun namasha do buraku. Hello everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here to share my own Bunun curatorial practice. I belong to Bunun community, and where it's located in the southern part of Taiwan. I will show the map later. And today I'm going to focus on the curating relational space and performative solidarity, and the message from Indigenous women artists in Taiwan and beyond. As you can see this photograph, which is, I collaborate with the honors artist, Lukai Nation from Pindong community, Ellen Luluan. I have been working with her for 10 years, and this is a photograph was created by Ellen Luluan, which is the pathway to returning to her own community, Gusapuan. In 2009, we have the demolished typhoon. We have the severe typhoon, which it had demolished not only my own community, but also the southern part of Taiwan. So I would like to use this images to study my sharing. And it's my first time to India, and I feel like returning to home because I can feel the familiar faces, and we have the similar colors, and we have the big eyes, especially the children. And I'm so happy to be here. And okay, this is the Taiwan map, and my father is from the Bunun, and my mother is from Ataya Nation, Ilan Nation, and my grandmother is from Ganaganavu Nation, only less than 500 people in Namasha. And Taiwan, Taiwan is a beautiful island located in the Asia-Pacific Ocean, inhabited by various ethnic groups, of which the indigenous people is about 567,000, accounting for 2% of the total population, about population about 23 million. And as a present, we have official indigenous group, 16 tribe, 16 nation. For myself, my name is belong to my father's from Bunun, and my mother from Ataya, my grandmother from nation, and we do have our own local languages, but we cannot communicate each other. So that's why I prefer to use the tribe as a nation. Yeah, we learn from each other's. For example, I'm talking about indigenous to indigenous collaboration. Before my sharing, I would like to give you the brief introduction about indigenous contemporary art exhibition in Taiwan. When Taiwan artistic subjectivity eventually evolved into the comprehensive understanding of diverse artistic creation. And the question of the subjectivity remains as ongoing concern for the contemporary art community as well as for the emerging political class. And the rhetoric of the Taiwanese multiculturalism tending to be positioned with the context of globalization. In terms of international cultural exchanges, the Taipei Fine Art Museum had held the group exhibition entitled Ancestors, Soul, and Life of Taiwanese Aborigines between Indigenous Taiwanese and First Nation contemporary artists from Canada. This landmark exhibition, curated by the National Museum of History in 1999, showed contemporary Aboriginal art for the first time in Taiwan. And during the past of the contemporary art development since 2000 years, indigenous artistic and curatorial collective stimulated the interdisciplinary possibility for the development of indigenous contemporary art. In turns, the promoted by national cultures and created industry policy. For example, the Council of Indigenous People in Taiwan played a vital role in producing indigenous contemporary art discourses, responding to an often spread heading cultural revitalization, decolonization, and cultural sovereignty. Yes. And when in 2012, the Council of Indigenous People and the Kaohsiung Museum of Fine Art in the South, they sent the first Taiwanese delegation, a group of artists from the cradles of the Austronesian people and languages, to the 11th Festival Pacific Art in the Solomon Island. This cultural exchange aimed at further strengthening the tie between the representative cultures and forming a network by showing the outcome of artistic creation and curatorial practice with each others. In addition, the Kaohsiung Museum of Fine Art organized the exhibition Beyond the Boundary, Contemporary Indigenous Art of Taiwan, the which toured to the Chibawu Cultural Centers with the aim of the strengthen the distance between each other through art and celebrating the performative encounters of indigenous for indigenous exhibition practice. Yes. And this is Indigenous People Cultural Foundation is belong to the associate is funded by Council of Indigenous People. The Indigenous People Cultural Foundation made a significant contribution to the development of the Milestone Group exhibition of indigenous contemporary art in Taiwan, the biennial Pulima Art Award, Pulima, which means the lima in many Austronesian languages, lima which means hand, yeah. And the biennial Pulima Award exhibition festival is a showcase and celebration of contemporary indigenous art and cultures, and diversity of topic is addressed in this indigenous world, such as land, tribal land, the natural environment, indigenous history, and the reinvention of tradition. Although the varying in form and topic, all the word shared in common the quest for and experimentation of the way of applying and reinterpretation the core value of indigenous art tradition. So the art in the service of the community in the context of contemporary cultures were individually and originally are values. Therefore, the Pulima Art Festival shed a new light on the curatorial intention of this exhibition, the focusing on how indigenous curators not only position historical work of indigenous contemporary art, but also contribute to determining the curatorial themes of the group exhibition. Yes, I would like to address, I'm heading to my own curatorial practice. I would like to address the very honest Métis artist, the First Nation from Canada, the Professor David Garner, and Indigenous curators have spent a significant amount of time consulting with artists in order to understand the abundant trajectory of the Indigenous artist's creativity, rather than only installing the artwork for the presentation, without also articulating their self-consciousness as part of the curatorial process. As a material curators, artists, and scholars, David Garner asserts that Indigenous is an emergent category that extended, adapted First People ways of knowing and being into the contemporary moment and into spaces beyond our home territory. Natives from around the world are connecting with each other to produce international network and collective consciousness. The art is part of this movement. The while Indigenous contemporary artists and curators live and work in individual cultures and territory, we also participate in global art world and discourses and create objects, performance, exhibition, text, sound, and meaning that blend, bend, and snap both colonial and customary cultures. Yes. Okay. And today I'm going to focus on what is an indigenous relational spaces. Indigenous relational space have contributed to the developments of trans-indigenous relational art by offering the what indigenous literacy theory, Chuck Rick Allen, in a different context, and contextualizes indigenous relational art in the broader field of trans-indigenous cultural practice that assert centering the indigenous to become the new standards. This occurred above all by incorporating an allies of the indigenous people and the concern with environmental reciprocity within in relational form from a range of artistic and collaborative practice. And for my curatorial practice, I focus on the four issues will be discussed from my curatorial practice. And what role do collaborative practice play in the expression of sovereignty in indigenous curating, and how my contemporary collaborative art practice facilitate the new relation between trans-indigenous clan and nation, and how can indigenous curator write and present indigenous contemporary art history in ways that critically recognize and visualize embodied sovereignty in local and international exhibition. How would global indigenous network connect to a concern with environmental reciprocity with a relational form, shaping through the trans-indigenous collaboration? And I'm very. It's my honor to invite it to contribute my article and my curatorial practice at my Father Tom Cemetery, and the title of my article is "To be discriminated against or not, indigenous drinking coincide with dispossession in health." And this is my curatorial practice since 2014. And I used my Bunun grocery, Maluskum Masdala, which means return to your home together with the land. And this is the Bunun concept of the coexistent land, Dala, which means land, and root. Which also means humanity and fear toward with the earth. And like in many First Nation cultures, possess a grounded relationship both culturally and spiritually as sovereignty. And I did my experimental curatorial practice in 2014, and I invite the three different generations. One is kindergarten children, and one is young people, and the third one is the elder peoples. Because my father was addicted to drinking alcohol, and the alcohol we produce normally in Taiwan. We have the different way of producing the millet wine. We use millet produced wine before our traditional festival. And indigenous women produce millet wine in order to use to worship our ancestors in the festival. And there's a lot of issue and a lot of impact of the globalization. So my father was addicted to drinking alcohol, and I donated my left kidney to my father in 2005. And within 5 years, my father didn't go to the hospital for kidney dialysis. And in my childhood, I always brought my father to the hospital for doing the kidney dialysis. And at the very beginning, my father need to spend 10 hours for processing one kidney dialysis until into the 4 hours. And within this 5 years, between 2005 and 2010, my father feel very good, and he has a wonderful and comfortable life in our community. But unfortunately, he during this period, he also drink alcohol. So this practice is from pink to darker. The pink is represent my left kidney, because I asked my doctor to don't forget to take the photo of my kidney. And my kidney represent the pink colors, and so I used the pink as my left kidney. So from pink to darker, the darker is which means my father kidney. You know, when you donate the kidney, just put in here. Yeah, just put my kidney here. Not they don't need to take out the useless kidney. So I organized my father therno, and normally I organized my father therno, and before we often have the therno ceremony, and we will invite all the family members to donate the flower to the dead body in the coffin before closing the coffin. So this therno, I talked to my father that I would like to create a word is contribute to my left kidney, and also to provide an opportunity for the 3 generations to think about the 3 issues I raised. And as an indigenous curators, I always think about giving the participatory and the process-based possibility of the exhibition. To what extent has indigenous curation itself become a performative activity? And there's a lot of the issues affected of indigenous alcoholism in Taiwan. Taiwanese indigenous health and alcohol problem. This might be the rise of the alcohol, exchange of the good, alcohol abuse, compatibility and drunkenness, and indigenous drinking coincide with this possession, and contemporary policy responses to indigenous Taiwanese drinking patterns, and the biomedical framework for understanding the disease of the alcoholism. This could be the discrimination or this misunderstanding of the disease, and generate explanation for indigenous Taiwanese drinking, and how drinking can be a form of the protest. I used the cemetery projects to try to find the answers how drinking is a form of the protest. So I read these 3 questions for my participant. What do we take with us when alcohol addiction is part of our life in indigenous community, and which values and expression are handed down, transformed, and maintained, and what role does tribal ritual mallet wine, which is produced by the indigenous woman in many communities, and alcohol addiction play in the society shared by the cultural globalization, environmental condition, and the rapid travel and the constant flow of information. And when I did the first experimentation, and then I did the second time, try to transform the part of my community cemetery sphere into the fine art museum, Kaohsiung Museum of Fine Art in southern Taiwan. And then what the Taiwanese indigenous cultural collective call a portion for transforming the dynamic interrelationship and intercultural network and artistic empathy. In this way, my curation mixed the indigenous cultural, political, intellectual, and artistic sovereignty throughout the exhibition, emphasize the multiplicity of the relation, and between the specific millet wine making as a connection medium for ancestral spirituality and the political issue about alcoholism across indigenous community in Taiwan. Yes, this is a photograph. I collaborate with the tribal people, and I use the cemetery as a site for activism. This is a lily. This is our friend, the front. I invite the elder artists, and I invite them to participate my cemetery project. And she responded to me that we never talk about the drinking alcohol and also alcohol abuse in our community, not only with our children but also the same age elder people, because buying the alcohol is very easy in order to celebrate anything, but we forgot the values of how to celebrate our traditional, how to workshop for our ancestors for the future years. Yes. Okay, let's move on to, as I mentioned, Alain Luluant. Alain Luluant belonged to Lukai Nation artists, and I'm very impressed of Alain Luluant's work, and she is the installation artist, environmental and textual sculptures. Alain Luluant belonged to the Kutsapuan community of the Lukai Nation, Pindong County, but she based in the Taidong, which is the coastal side of the eastern part of Taiwan in Tai Mali community. And he used her own food and to returning to her own Kutsapuan. They have the three different community. One is in the original community in the deep mountain, Kutsapuan, and then new Kutsapuan community, which is forced by our government, and then due to the typhoon, as I mentioned, that there's a flooded, demolished all the community. So they move again to another new community in Haocabulo in Pindong County. Yes, and this word, Alain Luluant have created the word, the last slide before God, addressed how through the material and all the mixed media, culture, sculpture, and spaces. And Luluant has created this art form of indigenous performative installation would involve three types of the indigenous contemporary art, as I'm interpreted that, including the subcultures and tribal environment and indigenous military installation. I use a specific installation artwork as interpretative sources to explore the multi-social discrepancy between intrinsic and extrinsic performativity in the curation of ethnic spirituality between the material object and subculture. And this exhibition was curated by the Alain Luluant, and she has awarded for the first edition of Prima Art Award at Kaohsiung Museum of Fine Art. I invited Alain Luluant to display, to curate her new work at my PhD participate project at Goldsmith University London in 2018. This is at Goldsmith. Okay, this is a very beautiful word. We can see that this is the image is printed by the machine and with the crystal friend, and they code the hunter, sharing, and mothers. And the hunter on the left echoes the three-dimensional soft sculpture woven from elastic cord, and sharing is placed on centers, demonstrated the indigenous traditional custom of sharing the spoil of the hunter harvest after the 3 days of longer hunt. And mother identified the tenderness and kindness of indigenous mothers that related to Luluant woven strapan installation. Yes. Okay, and this is the image where is my community in Namasha. We have the three community. This is a Nansalo community. There are 26 person. Our tribal people was dead. Due to this flood and the typhoon. We are on the process for heavy rain for 8 days, day and night. And so that's where there's a lot of the mountain demolished and landslide to demolish the community. So Alan and I, we have this similarity. We're facing the dilemma. How can we use our own voice to return back to our own community? Because our elder people always say that the waters will refine their own route. So that's why we're facing a lot of typhoon, even though in recent years. And our ancestors say that do not build houses near the river or occupy the land near the rivers. So that's why our original community are very safe. And our original community become the spaces when we have the new typhoon, and the government and our tribal members were all together to return to our tribal community for safety. Okay. And another word I curated at Indigenous, at the Indigenous People Cultural Park, as funded by the Council of Indigenous People. This artwork is Alisabu Sabu, which means rocky road cleft. And it depicts the pathway along with Alan Luluan has returned to the old community in recent years. And she field record and she drive the depicted thought of her heart to going home. And she evoked her Lukai ancestor rooted in Lakeland. During the typhoon Morocco in August 2009, even though we after 16 years, for example, last month we have another typhoon flooding, and our route from the city to our community never build a good bridge. When the government built temporary bridges, and they were demolished again by the flooded. So even though in nowadays Alan Luluan is ongoing to, using his installation to do the protest about why the government didn't take care about our road of returning home. Yeah. And then I brought this installation in Taipei Mocha. I curated in 2019, and also Alan Luluan, projected his photograph and collaborated with the elders' photograph and to display it in this mountain, Ali Sabu Sabu. I miss you in the future, and Alan Luluan want to raise the issue about that. And don't forget our own community. We need to try your own body to returning home, not just saying, Yeah, this is another image in 2021. Yeah, I'll show you videos. Yep, and for my cemetery projects, now thank you for Katya. This is added. This book, Southern World Indigenous Art, Curation and Criticism, edited by Katya, and this published in Norway, and we have the gathering with Indigenous peer in Dakar Art Summit in 2018. And I would like to use the David Garner one quotation, and he poses that Indigenous is an emerging category, and that extending the first people ways of knowing and being into the contemporary moment into space beyond our own territory. So returning home it's become very hard. It's become the lesson for the young generation. Imagine I'm 40 years. I'm the young generation in my community. I'm thinking about, I wish to return my original home. I need to spend more than 10 days to climbing back to our ancestral home. And then 2018, I brought a learn word to my London word, and I raised the issue that how collaborative cultural practice may facilitate new relation between indigenous to indigenous cultural exchange and collaboration. Even though Alearners belong to Lukai, I belong to Bunun, and we cannot communicate in one languages. But I would say that we are doing the indigenous to indigenous cultural exchanges. And this is the opening. And another artist I would like to raise is the Marita Sabir Silavake. Marita is the, so let me check. I invited Marita Sabir Silavake to my London project in 2018. And Silavake was raised in Madeline in North Tromsø, and through her upbringing, she has been surrounded by meaningful material and object and clothes. I wish to play the 3-minute video, and I will explain more about our curatorial collaboration. I will finish. Yeah. And she has been surrounded by meaningful material and objects closely related to nation, craft, and sensual world. I invite Marita to respond in the drinking alcohol in Sami community. In addition, the Little Festival in the northern part of Norway similarly brought the whole world to Mandela, where she grew up. Silavake is interested in the intimate dimension, the interactive contact between the viewer and the artwork. The way describes in the performative indigeneity of relational world. She addresses a collective human race and cultures. She attempt to remind us of our basic essential condition and her search of indigenous way of articulating the individual body in relation to the shared body constituted by mainstream society. And this word called chemical chord, it explored the complex identity of intrinsic Sami and extrinsic Christian responses to the past, present, and future of the rise of the alcohol assumption, criminalization and abuse in Sami community. And Silavake has a toolbox of related object, memory, and story that she used to discuss how drinking coincides with this possession and is used as a form of protest. She not only invites interactive process with the audience, but also create a series of the movement with no word and only sound, tone, timbres, and the widely. Yes, I respond her word for 3 questions. What do we take with us when drinking addiction is part of our life in indigenous clan? And which value and expression are handed down and transformed and substandard? And what role does local Malay wine making and alcohol addiction play in our society shaped by environmental condition, rapid travel, and constant flow of information? If you're interested, you can search my website to continue. I'm going to move to the conclusion. Yes. I also would like to raise the Devigana word. He poses that indigenous art critical writing, unlike the most academic curatorial writing, the critique should not be invested in the theory and then look for work of art that illustrate that point of view. They should be humble before the object or performance. Take it seriously as a word that can change our thought, feeling, and behavior and narrate that passage. And final one, I would like to send the 3 message by Alan Luluant. Alan Luluant word is focused on togetherness related to our environment. We need to always to practice our physical practice and powerful of sharing, influenced by the catastrophe return to the tribe and the impact of the climate change. And final one is connected resonance as hometown feeling, the way the home, how would you like to return your original home and land justice. And final one, I would like to use my own indigenous Bunu languages, uninang mihumesang, which means are you still breathing smoothly? And I hope you can smooth breathing every second and every minute. And those are our peer in this room to provide it for our solidarity and togetherness. Thank you so much. Uninang mihumesang.
For that sharing and telling us your very personal stories that have transformed into the curatorial space. I would actually like to put together a few thoughts that I've had and then of course open it up to the audience. One of the things is, of course, we have all been thinking about what is indigenous after Professor Devi's explosive presentation yesterday evening. But in this context, I'd like to actually raise this idea of being non-indigenous and being able to translate stories in the same way as someone indigenous can do. And this is a sort of thought and a question that I'd like to put, because you have the privilege of being able to understand and therefore translate your own stories. But let's say I, on the other hand, even if I'm mentally indigenous, I may not be indigenous by birth, and therefore maybe I would be considered an outsider. So that is one thing that I wanted to sort of raise. And the other thing is in the interesting manner in which you have used space. You know, you have created work within your indigenous community space, but taken it out to other spaces within museums, galleries, which are not within the community. And therefore, the second question that I'd like to sort of put out here is, how does meaning change when you locate your project or performance in a different space where the audience is different? And this could be another space in Taiwan, but also a completely different area, like let's say here in Delhi. So these are, I think, 2 large questions that were in my mind, and please do respond, and then we can open it out to the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena. And thank you, Lena, for your question. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Lena, for your provocative question. Yeah. I'm the young generation of we call sort of indigenous scholars. In Taiwan, we facing a lot of challenges. As I graduated from the British institution, my master and PhD. When I'm returning home, I become zero because I would like to learn from my own community members. In Taiwan also, we always question about what is indigenous type contemporary art. Is this only interpreted by indigenous artists or indigenous curators? Yeah. there are more and more indigenous curators in Taiwan. I'm not, for example, I just finished my assistant professor position at the National Jinan University for a 3-year project. I can feel that I'm facing the dilemma. The higher position told me that our project is ended. You need to find another position, and I just want to question. And then I'm also to play the role of the section chief of extracurricular activity. I invited indigenous artists to my institution, and without any fee, we contributed. But the principal and the higher people told me that everybody don't care about the exhibition. Please do not spend, because I'm the section chief of the extracurricular, I have the power to control the funding. But just sort of, they could feel that indigenous contemporary art is meaningless for non-indigenous people. But don't forget that we need to be humble. We need to be respect each other's. Unfortunately, they don't respect for me, and I work very hard. And I'm an indigenous teachers, indigenous professors. I don't like professor name. I'm the teacher, but I care about the student mental. I would like to invite all the indigenous artists to my institution, and we can make more dialogue for non-indigenous students. Yeah. So we always facing the hierarchy. I would say that. Yeah. And I asked my higher position, how to say that, the directors, can you tell me why why you didn't continue my position? They didn't say anything. It depends on the principal. But I work for you every single day and for 3 years. So I can feel that we need to hold our own spaces. And so I left. I just finished my job in July this year. So this Dali trip is a good trip for me to refine my passion, and I become to the zero, and I just only the community members. I learned a lot from India culture and languages and Europeans. So that's why there's a good meaning that I want to answer your question. Why I want to bring my cemetery project to the museum. Because I want to let the non-indigenous people in Taiwan to learn more about, to respect with us, each others. Yeah. Even though you got a PhD, you know Taiwan is a country is fascinating USA, and they are fascinating the academic position for USA. But you know, we are human, and I love to take care of the mental issue, the well-being of every single person. So it's good for me to return to my community, and my father host my guest house in my community. Yeah, I'm going to, redesign my community and provide the more opportunity for India curator and indigenous artists from India, my brothers, and to my own community. And we live together, and I bring you to visit elder people and work with the children, and we can learn each other's. So why our official institution couldn't do this very simple collaboration, just due to that the Taiwan official language is not English. They couldn't communicate. That is the main point. They couldn't communicate. So, so I think it's good for me to be here in India, especially in Delhi. I wish to refine my passion as a curator, to invite you, my college, and from India, and we can make exchange cultures and learn from our cultural worker practitioners in the near future?
Yes, I think all of us here would find it really interesting to have, extend this collaboration further. I wanted to also share that, you spoke about alcohol, the problems of alcoholism. And in India too, there are many indigenous communities that produce local alcohol, right from mahua to arak, urak. You have different kinds of mixes that are made from rice, from wheat, from toddy, from coconut. And unfortunately, in certain states in India, it has also, I think that because there are certain states that have banned alcohol in the formal way, the spurious alcohol is produced much more, and many of the underprivileged are the ones who suffer for it, because they consume all this alcohol, which is very, very cheaply produced, and it really connects with your story. And that it's a huge problem, and I think the idea of using art to actually discuss this, bring this out into the open, and tackle it in a social and socio-cultural manner is something that is very important that you've done.
Yeah. When I did the cemetery project, I started from 2014, and I invite the young children, because I take care of the children because their parents are working in the mountain for the craft and for the farming, and I will prepare the dinner at my guest house. You can come to my guest house, and I have the swimming pool. We can play together. We can learn, and when I enter into the cemetery, I ask my elder people, "Can I do that? The making art in the cemetery?" And the elder people said I'm crazy. They refused to talk, to have the dialogue with me. And normally when we visit, when we cleaning our every single tomb in the festival, we always have to criticize the person. Oh, these people is died by the alcohol and drinking a lot of alcohol. We have to discriminate that as in different generation. So I invite these young children to get their t-shirts, and we use the t-shirts to clean every single tomb and to find their own related and talk to them and to think about how your related die. Is this only for the drinking alcohol? And after cleaning the tomb, every single tomb, we create a big installation as a platform, use their own clothes. And we never success because their teachers say that the children is too small, the kindergarten children, you cannot do this installation in cemetery. But I think it's very beautiful because it can reminding us what is the meaning of drinking alcohol. Drinking alcohol is good. It's for celebration for every single event or every single day. But we forgot the values of the drinking melee wine was created by our indigenous women in order to worship our ancestors in the festival.
Since we have a limited amount of time, perhaps we can open it up for the audience, yes.
Thank you. Actually, it was wonderful to listen to you and your practical experiences. It was not a question. Just I want to add on that what you mentioned about alcohol and the word alcohol comes. It's again related to my personal experience with one of my scholar who was working on mental stress level and issue related to alcoholism among the indigenous community. So the outcome, it's still going on, the PhD research, but one of the points that she mentioned to me, that the moment we use word alcohol, with most of the indigenous community, it is traditional drink.
Yeah. Ritual.
a kind of, not only ritual, it gives a stamina to their body. But what happened with the process of colonization or anything that you put, the method they are doing it now, it is with chemical. That is alcohol. So the moment we are using alcohol, or the word we are using alcohol or the word, we are somehow, we are forgetting the cultural connection with the traditional drink and the social taboo with alcohol. So when it is related to indigenous ritual and practice, that is traditional drink. They make it, prepare it in a traditional method. But when we put it into alcohol, we completely desegregate their cultural understanding of a drink and the cultural taboo of the forced environment or the mainstream environment that we call. They derogate this approach, their way of life, in a different lens. And somehow it also relates their self-esteem, they lost it by practicing their ritual.
Their own systems. Yeah.
So I just wanted, and how you
Absolutely.
can address that when you come into the alcohol concept in the ritual and the process they adopt it.
Thank you for your response.
Yeah, I think that very much what she shared is deeply connected to what you spoke of also, because they originally used to make alcohol from the millet. I mean, the drink, whatever it is, it was made from millet, but they stopped doing that and they bought alcohol which was from the market, replaced it with that, and therefore it changed the entire system, and their bodies, of course, cannot take it in the same way as the other one. So thank you so much for sharing that as well. Would you also like to respond? Are there any more questions? So I think that the one last thing maybe I'd like to ask you is about the language. So you said something very interesting with Lulu, and she speaks a different language from you. And if you can comment a little bit about this coming together of different indigenous peoples from the same nation, or let's say across. How do you see this happening, and how do you see these collaborations taking place?
Yes, in Taiwan, we have the more than 42 regional indigenous languages across 745 communities across entire mainland island, and also small island in Lanyu. It's called Dao tribe, Dao nation. When I work with a different nation, different tribe of artists, our official language is the mainland Mandarin. We often to use Mandarin to communicate. But when the artists want to raise their ideologies from their own community wisdom from the elders, they normally used their own tribal languages and to become the title of their artwork. For example, the little Ali Sabu Sabu, which is the rocky cliff, rocky rock cliff, and demolished by the typhoon. And even though in Taiwan, I always place a new person to learn another nation cultures. And I was raised by the Bunun cultures. It's totally different with my mothers and my grandmothers. I'm still learning from my grandmother side and my grandmother's side. So, yeah, I think so. Why I used indigenous to indigenous collaboration. We have to learn and be humble to share each other's and to find out our core values in contemporary society.
Yes, I think that's beautifully put.
Just wanted to say thank you to both of you, Lina and Byung, for this really exciting conversation and just maybe add a comment. It's not really a question. But I wanted to say that it was very good that you showed the video of your collaboration with Marita Solberg, and just comment that Marita Solberg is a Sami artist based in Tromsø, in Sápmi, in northern Norway. And in this collaboration, what you were generating is how the space of art can be used to build global indigenous solidarity. A solidarity that connects the global north, where there are indigenous communities, Inuit and Sami, in the global north, there are, and the global south. And that this is how art can build this power to move ahead into futures, indigenous sovereign futures. So I really want to thank you for showing that video and showing it so clearly.
Thank you, Katya, for your response. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Katya. And I think with that, perhaps I'd like to thank you as well. We can close the session. And with that, I'd like to invite everyone to the next part and the final part of the program with the Vaida brothers. And we will be clearing the front of the stage for this very thing. So
Thank you, Lena.
Thank you so much. And
I would like to welcome them, introducing them for those of you who don't know them, but I think everybody does, but I will introduce them anyway. They are brothers and members of the Indigenous Worli community from the village of Ganjad in the Palghar district of Maharashtra. They were raised in a family deeply rooted in oral and pictorial storytelling traditions. And they were introduced to the ancient art form of Worli painting, which is 5,000 years old approximately, through family members, especially their aunt, Meenakshi Vayeda. Both brothers have pursued formal studies in Mumbai. Mayur earned a master's in management studies, and Tushar studied animation and multimedia. And despite their different academic paths, they chose to devote themselves fully to preserving and evolving Worli art. And they have exhibited internationally with this mission in Switzerland, in the Asia-Pacific Triennial, in Paris, Japan, and of course also in India, in so many forums. So, as you can see behind me, things are being set up. So these are really going to be at least my last words before handing over to the Vayeda brothers. And since they are my last words, I must first and foremost thank you all for this marathon of endurance that you've all so gallantly and passionately committed to over these last 2 days. Thank you for following us. Thank you for participating. Thank you for not being distant, but being part of these very important discussions. I would also like to thank, of course, Bhavna Kakar and her team for all the efforts into organizing these 2 days, everything that goes behind the scenes and that is not seen. And of course, Archila for hosting us so graciously here. But, without a doubt, the biggest thank you must go to all of the speakers over the last 2 days who have so thoroughly committed to sharing with us their knowledges and reflections, past, present, and future, and who've helped to build knowledges and align our minds further than perhaps we could have done without having been here these 2 days. But very especially to the Adivasi and indigenous speakers who have spoken, have traveled from afar, have shared their thoughts, their struggles, their dreams, and their power. I think I'd like to end on that. I'd like to end on Adivasi power, on indigenous power, and on all the knowledge that they so generously, constantly share with us. So on that power, please let me now just ask you for a very warm applause to all the speakers, to all the Adivasi and indigenous speakers, and to the brothers who are coming now. Thank you.
questions. I'm still rendering. I prepared a lot of things to speak, but something I learned a lot in the last 2 days, and I think that is really helping me and my brother to think about how we'll take it forward for our community and how we'll think about the future of the coming generations. When I say I, it's us. I came from a tradition where lines, circles, triangles, and other organic forms tell stories that words often cannot. Today we want to share with you the essence of Warli painting compositions and how commercialization have impacted the thought process of indigenous communities. An indigenous art form that is not just a visual but deeply cultural and spiritual and ecological is losing the generational essence in last couple of years. Looking at the language of the geometry, what we have learned and what we have seen on the internet and in this world of art, that the Warli painting it came from the basic shapes like triangle, circle, geometric shapes like lines, squares, dots. And what we have heard that these triangles represent mountains, circle represents sun and the moon, and the square shapes the sacred ritualistic shapes. But more than that, what we have discovered in the last couple of years, earlier when we were in the colleges and school, we used to travel from Bombay to Ganjar to Bombay. It's a 3.5-hour journey one way, and we used to spend 7 hours every single day to travel from Ganjar village to Mumbai. And we have never seen sunrise and sunsets in all those years. But throughout these years, we have seen a lot of Warli arts in the walls of streets of Mumbai, railway stations, bus stops, toilets, and in a lot of places where we never wanted or we never expected that we'll see such deities, art forms, these ritualistic shapes, forms and figures and geometric patterns on these such places. From then onwards, Tushar and we started our journey to rethink, to reintroduce what Warli art is. So today, basically, we didn't prepare to come here and the speech, we just prepared to come here and see that how we talk through our compositions and the language of our Warli painting. Earlier we had this conversation where we talk and we listened about that we don't call it a painting, we call it lihine, we call it writing. So we always narrate ritualistic stories, daily life, the changing, the evolution. But with that, what we have discovered that all these indigenous art forms carries a very strong knowledge system of their geographical condition and their geographical areas. For example, Warli community is based in Sahyadri ranges. And when you will see the Warli art, you will always see these sceneries, flora and fauna, but you will go deeper into it, then you will find that every plant, every tree have a name. Their placement is very unique. When there is spring, you will find the botanical plants, flora and fauna around that spring water. If it's in the mountain, it's a very different scenario. In different season, you will find the different situations of these climate conditions and all these things. So I think that's one of the way that we are trying to read all these paintings of our elder artists and fellows in the Warli community. So today we are doing a very interesting practice. We have prepared a canvas earlier, and we have prepared some interesting forms and figures that we'll put together, and we want you all to join and come here and try to compose the Warli art, and we'll see that how these compositions take forms from the imaginations, from the narrations, from the folk stories, and from the experience that we have seen, from the stories that we have heard from our ancestors and travel in their timelines, that when they have seen these forests, these rivers, these mountains are changing from this throughout the years. So I would love to welcome you all at this final session to the stage and join this practice, please. indigenous art form or a folk story or the experience of reading the artwork. So there is always very unique placement. So we look at all these forms, these triangles, squares, lines, and circles as a geometric form, as a vocabulary. And I think every artist from their own community, they have their own. Thank you. They have their own grammar to put it together. So I think from last couple of years, from late 70s till now, because of commercialization, every artist is now trying to keep their secret recipes with them. And from last few years, we have started different initiatives where we are trying to gather all the young artists and elder artists to come together and try to find the balance where they can exchange all these knowledge systems. Because Warli art is something that comes from oral tradition. And when we talk about Warli art, it's not just an art form. It's a very small part of the whole indigenous community, where you will find so many different knowledge systems of land management, forest caring, seed keeping, farming, medicinal knowledge, and there are all other different practices which come together always in this kind of compositions. So we have prepared some blocks which are always on the canvas, but we want you all to use these blocks to put in the canvas. Then we'll see how we can read it and how always this Warli artist plays these forms in very unique positions. When we always visit museums and the galleries, we're always afraid to touch the artwork, and we always tell people to keep the distance from this artwork. But for this time, we want you all to come together and join this canvas. You can play with it. You can place these forms here and there. Then we'll talk about how we choose the placements of these forms. Katya, I welcome you to choose any of these forms and put it.
We can do it together.
Yeah, please.
Join me, don't leave me on my own.
Yeah, please, feel free. Just check what is in your hand. From last couple of years, we are trying to document and gather information of different knowledge systems. So this year we are really talking a lot about weather forecasting, how this traditional way of weather forecasting works, how they read the environment and nature around and plan their farming. They understand how much rain it will be this year, how much water we'll need, and what kind of situations can come. But unfortunately, with the global crisis, global warming and everything, now this kind of predictions are getting rare and rare. And again, because of technology and development in the community, there is huge gap between our previous generation and our generation to pass these knowledge systems. So we'll just quickly go through all this composition. Basically, this composition is trying to tell that how Warli people or Warli artists see these art forms. When they look at the forms, when they worship nature, there are certain meanings and there are certain importance behind it. For example, you can see there is this river starting from this direction and going towards this. So usually there are some specific birds, some specific creatures, some specific animals. They prepare according to the coming season. So in the monsoon, there are some specific birds. They lay their eggs and prepare their nest on some certain level. For example, if they know that this year there will be huge amount of rain, they always try to find placement on the top of the tree. And they always see that how much food will be available for their for their kids. So this is how they plan always. And the choice of the background colors, we always use terracotta, geru color, or the mud from the our fields. But a lot of artists, they use cow dung, and cow dung change its colors in different months. In monsoon, it's very dark green. At the end of the year, it starts to get brown, and in the summer, it becomes a very light brown color. So according to that, we always choose our canvas. And again, in such a scenario, there are some stories which are presented in the night scenario. There are some stories in the daylight. So we always choose dark or light. And the moon, then during the moon or during the daylight, you will find the different activities of these birds. They comes only in the night, they comes only in the sunlight. So there are some placements. For example, when we study different animals, especially for the rain, so there are some certain kinds of frogs who comes out early before the monsoon. There are some kind of frogs, they go for the long sleep after the monsoon goes and it starts to get dry. So we place such elements accordingly. So I think this is the way that we are trying to understand that how our ancestors have placed all these elements in these paintings. Usually when we see the paintings in the galleries and the museums, people just come and see the actual art form or the forms that are presented, for example, this flora and fauna. But as a nature worshipper, we always try to find these different energies in these forms, figures, and there are different deities who come out from this forest, from these animals. We always represent our deities from the forest. For example, we worship tiger god. So the tiger god have a very specific placement in the painting. And nowadays, when we exhibit in the museums, in the galleries, it's very difficult for us to present ourselves as an artist, because we find there are certain limitations with the material. And if we are coming from the traditional background, there are always these barriers that there are some certain art forms that we have to keep with the community only. There are some forms that we can only present to the outside world. So it's very complicated to stick with our own ideas and to plan our compositions accordingly. When we work with the museums, they always want to see this tarpa dance, and they always want to see this very traditional and typical way of Varli painting. So it's very rare to find an opportunity to express ourselves, to use our traditional essence, and to paint something that is coming from not only our imaginations, but also it keeps the traditional essence of Varli art. So there are so many different compositions we can make through these different elements. So basically, this is the thunder, and there are some certain gods in the clouds who make thunders, who makes clouds. This is the aeroplane. How traditional art form is evolving. Earlier, when Varli people, they painted the aeroplane, it was some element that they have seen going through the sky from their villages. They tried to pray, maybe it must be God. Then they saw some car with the steering. Then they started painting the steering and the guy sitting on it. It's a God, it's not again human. Nowadays, people and these artists are traveling through the plane, so they know the situation, what is happening inside the plane, what kind of activities are going. So now that detail is keep evolving. Nowadays, earlier when we used to travel from Ganjar to Mumbai, it was like another world for us. So looking at these tall buildings, these geometric figures and forms, and all these art decos inspired us a lot to paint a lot of geometric forms. And we always try to find these geometric forms in these buildings, those bus stops, these trains, wheels, and even in the plates. On the set of the thali, in Maharashtra, it's a very different set of all dishes and the placements of all the food inside. So we always try to seek such forms and figures and try to evolve accordingly. So I think it's been evolving throughout these years. From the cave to the late 70s, it was just a part of ritualistic practice, but then onwards, it becomes a part of commercial artwork. It comes on the paper. On the paper, people started painting with the mud, with the cow dung, and nowadays, now we are painting with the different material. We are experimenting with the different forms and figures. We are collaborating with the artists. We are trying to find a place where we can also keep the traditional essence of Warli art, but also express ourselves in a very fresh perspective. And I think there are a lot of collaboration, there are a lot of people who came into our life and we did collaborations where we learned a lot. And I think in last 2 days, it helped us a lot to think that what kind of future we need. At this place, we are trying to become a bridge between our previous generation and coming generation. And unfortunately, nowadays, the village is changing very fast. In last 10 years, we have seen very rapid change in the community. And we are already losing a lot of ritualistic activities. We are already losing a lot of essence from the Warli painting. It's changing with the color, it's changing with the motifs. So it's very important to understand that what kind of knowledge we are carrying and we are gathering from our previous generation and we are handing over to the coming generations. So I think it helped us a lot to think about what can be the future, and I'm really thankful to Bhavna and Katya and Take On team and Archila for arranging this event. And I'm clearly looking at this is a very first and a very fresh stage that from here onwards that we'll think about indigenous community, or the people who are coming from such groups or in the communities will find and will try to find the better ways for the coming generations. So thank you so much for being here. It's still here, you can play with it, whatever you want to do for next minutes. And yes. Yeah.
And if you're choosing to break away from tradition, who from within the community do you have to seek permission from?
That's again, it's a very interesting question. But for me and Tushar, we have been doing a lot of public art projects. We have, and also we have designed the India Art Fair 2 years back. It was also the blue background. And earlier there were artists who were using the indigo for preparing the blue colors. So we have set some of the boundaries for the color combinations that we are choosing. For the public art project or the collaborations, we always try to experiment, always try to listen to the collaborator that what kind of background or what kind of elements he wants to bring in our art form and which is suitable for our practices. So I think that was one of our experimental project that we did few years back on the canvas also and also for the facade of India Art Fair. And then onwards we recently exhibited in Berlin for a year-long exhibition, and we were collaborating with the Mayan community artists. So they were doing a lot of exchange programs to understand how Mayan community is interacting with their environment, how they are facing these climate issues, and how they are presenting themselves into the art stream. So I think, yeah, we always try to find such possibilities where we can experiment. But again, when it comes to our traditional practice, we are sticking with our traditional motives, but of course we are trying to bring the new perspective as a new generation. Any question? Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it's not with the Warli. When we read Saura paintings, when we read Goan art, so a lot of people think it's just a decorative art form. So we always try to introduce Warli that there are a lot of paintings, there are a lot of ritualistic part that we bring on the canvas, but not all paintings are for the decorations. So specifically, Warli painting is made for the weddings. For the weddings, we paint chalk, we invite goddess Palghata, she's a goddess of fertility, or the mother goddess, and we worship it. And then we start our wedding rituals. Again, a lot of times we get the questions that how long this traditional material, cow dung, rice paste, or the water-based colors last. But one of the very beautiful thing in Warli community, that when we paint for any ritual, it's not meant for preservation. It is for that specific ritual, for the specific moment. After the wedding, we don't know when there will be the next wedding in the family. So it keeps on the wall. We have seen some walls falling apart, and we can see the generations of these different chalks of 20 years old, then 40 years old. But unfortunately, nowadays, these traditional homes are getting less and less, and it's very rare to find such an opportunity to find 20 years, 40 years, 50 years old artwork.
Concrete house is coming.
Yeah.
That's why
Uh, it's changing. On the name of development, there are a lot of things are happening in Palghar region right now. Some of the major projects are coming in the Warli communities. There are some highways, ports, bullet train is just cutting all our lands. And because of that, it's not only the cutting the community, but we have started one of our initiative where we are doing, we are making our village forest again. So in that case, they are cutting the pollination. They are cutting this cycle of all the connections of these creatures, animals, and way of farming. Farming is changing. Earlier we were hunters and gatherers, but later on we become a farmer. But now the farmer is also changing in many different directions. Now people have started doing mono-farming, so monoculture. So they are just focusing on the one crop, one crop, one crop. So earlier we used to have this mixed crop where it was a very natural way of farming, which helped people to keep their earth, to keep their soil fertile for a very long time. In that case, for example, in these rivers, you will find this many different small insects and creatures. I remember when we were kids, we have seen so many different creatures, animals, and the life in the river. Even with the Rajesh's early painting or the Juvaji's early painting, there are some specific insects that we cannot recognize because our generation have never seen those kind of insects. When we were kids and what we have seen, it's already disappeared because of using a lot of fertilizers, chemicals for the farming. So there are a lot of different issues that artists and the communities are facing right now. It's, again, it's very important to say that to coming on the stage itself, it's a very big challenge for the all artists. There is a language barrier, lack of confidence. It's very difficult to speak in front of the people. But again, opposite to that, few years back, I got some pictures from our neighbors that they saw there are some leopard in our forest. They are catching the goats and the cows. They said, let's go and face that. So they are so fearless in their own zone, but when it comes to speak about their art, to speak about their community, it becomes a difficult and it becomes a very complicated situation for most of the artists. So, but I'm really happy to see that all artists are coming together. And finally, I can see where such a platform where we are sharing all these stories and different ways of paintings. So with that saying, I will hand over this mic to Katya. And thank you so much for arranging this event, and thank you so much for hosting us.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say it's such a lively and dynamic way of connecting. I think it was a wonderful idea. So thank you so much. And I think probably we're all soaked up with so many ideas and thoughts, and it's probably time just to say goodbye, thank you, good night, good wishes, good travels, good health, good minds, and see you all some other place, some other time. Let's keep connected, and thank you especially, to all the speakers again, to all of you in the audience, to Bhavna, to Take, to Archila, but most especially to all the indigenous speakers here today, precisely because of what you said. It's not so easy to come out of community and enter spaces where language is a barrier. So it takes courage, but it shows your power, all of your powers, which is so important. So thank you again. Thank you very much. Good night.